Bam, 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 bam. Hello, 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 hello. And welcome back to Three Drinks Minimum, a show I should have done last week, but I was in so much pain and so tired and already had partied too hard that I couldn't pull it off, which could have been a fun show in and of itself. No, not the pain. It wouldn't have, the pain would have just ruined everything. I'd have been drunk and tired and in pain, so it wouldn't have been fun. But making up for it tonight with Drunken Crow. Thanks for showing up, man.
Yeah, not a problem.
It's gonna be. There's nothing really planned for tonight. I've got a backlog of stuff for Bearded Ramblings that will probably never see the light of day, so we'll pop at that. But we might just go where our mind takes us, or should I say the alcohol? Speaking of tonight, what are you drinking?
Like I said before, I'm drinking cheap ass Keystone.
Okay, and I had to explain to him what the butthole challenge was, and he didn't know. So I'm half tempted to show him if I can find a clip. Don't worry, he doesn't get that graphic. YouTube wouldn't allow it. Um, I've actually got a bit of a collection of alcohols tonight, including something I want to show. I want to show everyone. Tonight I have two cans of original Stormtrooper Galactic Pale Ale and Um, Stormtrooper Snipper, which is Situation Normal Indian Pale Ale, because nothing says beer like Imperial Storm. Maybe they're all drunk. That's why they can't shoot for shit. Eh,
Yeah, that's possible.
yeah, like maybe they can't aim right because they're just they're. Oh, maybe that's those things the jowls on their helmets are just full of beer. It's like the reverse beer hat. It's underneath. It's slung underneath your jawline, and it just constantly siphons in alcohol. The Emperor likes to keep them loyal by keeping them drunk, like the Confederate Army in South Park. The reenactors, they just stay in a constant state of drunkenness. Um, I've also got three cans of intense blonde beer, 8.6, imported from Holland. That's all it says, and it has a wolf on the front of it. This stuff has quite a kick to it, so that's going to be the meat of the meal tonight. And when that's done, I've got a bottle of 30% proof Krupnik, which is a cherry vodka. If anyone donates tonight, no matter what, I will. Oh, hi, Missy. I will do a shot of it. But even if not, I'll eventually pour myself a glass, which is convenient because it comes with its own mixer. Earlier today, I also had like a small little bottle of the lemon version of Krushnik, which you might have seen on my Twitter or on the food section. The lemon bear, lemon bear, drink lemon bear strong, which it wasn't that
And
strong.
and where's that from?
Oh, both of these are Krupniks from Poland, I do believe.
Poland.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, you, they have like a bunch of bottles on the by the till, and they're like tiny tiny things. You know, you got Fireball, but you also have these little bubblegum things, which are all from Germany. And lady, I took her there once, and she looked at the bottles and started laughing. If you know, she speaks German pretty fluently, and she said if you translate it, it's simply called liqueur or alcoholic beverage. It's like the most cheap. It's just called. It might as well just be called beer on the front of it, you know. Which I've drank it more than once, just a can of beer. Like it's just beer. I could have also picked up a few cans of Friday and Saturday as well. Or there's a beer range. There's just it's just like an individual, like a normal color, and then the the name of a day of the week, and that's it. I don't know anything else about it. Uh,
So it's like Beer Monday, Beer Tuesday.
yeah, without even the beer. Is it called Days of? the week beer. No, that's Happy Days. I've had that. That's Rascals. That's nice. I suppose it's to chill before going any further throughout the night. If you want to help out financially, we have a stream goal. Anything given will go towards New York. Don't forget to check out Twitter, Discord, and don't forget that I'm also trying to grow my Twitch channel down in the doobly doo. So there is that. There, I shield. I will remember to try to shield later. Oh, and of course, like, share, and subscribe on the channel. I can't seem to. I actually know so many of these beers. Founders IPA. You can get that on tap in the States, can't you?
I believe so. It's not in my state, but I think I've seen it before.
Oh, Storm. I started with one of the Stormtroopers, and this is watery as fuck. What the hell? I love IPA, but this is Galactic Pale Ale. Galactic Pale Ale is hollow. Oh, it's a metaphor for the Empire. There's no substance to it. It's falsehood. Yeah. Oh God, this is not a good. It's barely hoppy at all because like obviously IPAs and APAs are meant to be hoppy as all hell. There's barely anything, and this is the strong one. This is 4.8. Let's see. A classic American style pale ale. I like how they replaced Galactic with American, almost like they're making a statement. Pale, crisp, hoppy, and very aromatic. Initially soft and palate, very soft on the palate. GPA builds to a generous but clean bitterness with flavors and aroma of mango, citrus, earthy pine, and blueberries. Okay, first of all, you're not pouring me a wine, you're pouring me a beer. Second of all, not really. Maybe I'll pour a bit out into a glass and might let the flavor grow. This is this is some uh, yeah, no, fuck that. That is some that's some shit. At least it was cheap and the can is cool. I'm gonna avoid that one in the future. That's some low energy IPA. Lactic Storm.
I myself do not like IPAs, so I actually probably would like what you're drinking right now.
Maybe, but it's like in that case you might as well just go with a lager or a like an ale. Well, I don't know. I suppose you wouldn't like an ale either. Oh, what would you? Would you? What's your stance on like red ales and such?
I can do a couple ambers, but I can only do like two of them, then I have to switch to like a lighter beer.
Yeah, here's the can, and it's I can get you get it in a one of those gifts. Was that an actual can? 5 point. Yeah, that's a full can of it. It looks like a Pringles or like one of those fancy things of biscuits you get from like a seaside resort to give to like your grandma or your grandma gives to you. Um,
Is that a pint or is that a 12 ounce?
it's 500 mils,
500.
so yeah. So it's the exact same size as this, as my 8.6 original intense blonde beer. It's
Well, I'm American. I don't do milliliters.
um what's 500 mil? 500 mil in which ones do you do again?
Well, ounces,
Uh,
I would probably say.
yeah, in ounces. Uh, okay, well there you go. I guess I'm actually
Okay,
surprised.
so a little bit over a pint.
Yeah. Of course, then you lose out a chunk of it to the head, but like that's like a standard can of beer over here. And when I would go over to the States, especially in the early days, I would get this like everyone would call these long boys, and I'm like, what? These are just cans of beer, like the yeah. And I
Long
call
boys or tall boys?
oh a tall boys that would be the one.
Yep.
Um,
Okay.
and Like the can of Stormtrooper here would be like a can of Coke. Like these are the Coke can beers that you guys drink. Because I once on a stream in Indiana drank I think like 20 of the what was it, the buffet from Miller, or the gourmet, or what are they called?
Oh, the are you talking about Coors
Miller.
Banquet
Yes,
or
Coors
Miller High
Banquet.
Life?
No,
There
not
we go.
Miller High Life. Coors Banquet. That's the one. And I drank a
Those
bunch
are
of them.
Pony Boys.
All right.
Yeah, those little small bottles. Those are Pony Boys. Or at least that's what I call them.
Honey Boy Bottle. Oh, with a name like Pony Boy, I'm glad we're not seeing anything too lewd. Um, yeah, no, I just, to me, this is just like a proper can. But no, this Stormtrooper stuff is really fucking subpar. What do you normally go to then? Like, what's your go-to?
I stick with Bud Light, and I don't get in trouble. If I am already drunk and go to a bar, I do double Captain Sevens or double Captain Cokes,
Hmm.
and then I get in trouble. And then people leave notes on my vehicle about my parking because
Yeah, I remember
apparently
the
I'm a dick.
story. Yeah, I remember the story you said. I have to admit, as God, some of these are old. Jordan Peterson leaving Twitter. What the fuck? Um, as drunk as I've gotten, I don't think I've ever gotten blackout drunk. I've got memory sort of. It's hard to remember, but I don't think I've ever gotten blackout drunk. Um,
Well, with me, it all depends on the lighting. So, like, if I'm at a bar and the lighting's like really low, it only takes a few double Captain Cokes for me to like actually black out. I don't know if it's
Spend and save
associated
money.
with the
Send or
lighting,
request cash
hold
from
on,
friends
hold
and
on,
family.
hold on. What the hell was up with that? I kept clicking it and I wouldn't stop. Sorry, go on.
but like if it's bright as shit, like in the bar, if it's bright as shit, I can drink probably twice as much and then not black out. And I'll black out in the parking lot as soon as I see or go into the darkness of
Oh
the
God,
night.
you're like a bird. You are a crow. Like you're like a bird in
Yeah,
that regard. Like
yeah.
when you have like a caged bird, you just throw a blanket over them and then immediately think it's night and go to sleep. Um, I don't think that
It's
works.
weird. I've always been like that since high school. Like at a friend's house or whatnot, and if the lights are off and I'm fucking drinking, watching a movie, like it'll take like 3 or 4. Like I'm at that drop off point of where I'm about to pass out, but 3 or 4 beers, I black out, not pass out.
Um, yeah, that sounds fucking that sounds scary actually. When it happened probably for the first time, you were like, oh God, what happened? Uh, I'm assuming anyway.
I've gotten used to it. The last time I went out, I woke up in someone's driveway in between two vehicles.
This
Uh,
this is the start of one of those nights. You won't remember this. You'll be glad that we recorded it. You won't remember this conversation.
no, no, no. I'll remember the conversation because like I do remember the night. It's about an hour and a half walk from where I was, or where the bar was, or where I woke up at, to my apartment. So, yeah, it was not a fun fucking morning,
No,
that walk.
the walk of shame isn't just going home from someone's house after you hooked up for the night. The walk of shame can be sitting. For me, a lot of times when I really hit the town, I'd be very tired, still hours away from home, and I'd be sitting next to a bunch of like kids going to school, and I'd be in the back of the on the bus, and I'd be like still dressed up from the night before because I just hadn't gone home, and I was like so already starting to get really hungover. And I was like, just staying awake, and like people looking over their shoulders, thinking like, "Oh God, he's some sort of lush, some sort of drunk or whatever." And That would be my walk of shame because all I'd care about was just going home. Then, of course, if I was still living at home at the time, like with my ma, she'd want to know where I was. And I was like, I was out, I was having a good time. I sent you a message, you know that. And she's like, why did you not come home? And I was like, well, because I missed the bus. So I found a little alcove in the street and fell asleep for a few hours, or stared at a meal on because the pubs used to stay open way later, but the buses would stop to get back to where I needed to live. So I needed to tactically plan my drinking. Like I couldn't stay out past 11. But sometimes the night would take the whole of you, and you'd be wandering around outside a gay bar at like fucking, because that was usually one of the last places open. So it wasn't unusual for just anyone to just walk into for example, the George, which is like the mecca of all things gay in Ireland, and that would be open to like 3 or 4, or the Turk's Head, which is just on the edge there, and would often play really good jazz. Like, damn, that was good stuff. Or they kept on playing the same movie over and over again. I think it was The Lost Boys one night. I think I must have seen the opening title for The Lost Boys about 5 times over the course of a night on the TV. Um, but like at the end of that, oh, in that case, that night, it ended when the sun came up. The police actually raided the place. They actually started with like, right, out you go, the sun's up. You can't be, come on, people will be getting to work pretty soon. And a lot of us were like, oh, we're taking the day off. You know, no chance in hell we're going to work like this. Um,
Well, where I live, there's a time zone split. So I live in Central Time, and you can go not even 2 miles. You cross a bridge, it's Mountain Time. So that's an hour difference. So you can start in my town drinking until 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning. You go across the river, you got an extra hour to fucking drink.
fuck yeah.
And the cops just love that bridge though, and it fucking pisses me off because I almost got my third DUI.
Well, well, that's a huge cultural difference right there. We have been trained since youth. Do not get behind the wheel, even if you were drinking yesterday. You know, like it's very, very, very in the States. Oh God, you guys, especially outside of the cities, along the East Coast, they seem to practice the same as we do. Although I've been out in Harrisburg, which is just north of Philly, and they could be a little lax. But then you'd go out to like the Midwest, and fucking hell, these guys wouldn't just be drunk; they'd be high as fucking kites. And they're like, "We're going to Taco Bell. Come on, let's go." It's fucking driving like crazy, and I'm here clinging on to dear life, going, "This is how I die. I'm gonna die in fucking Omaha of all places."
That's how I fucking grew up. We were we When I was in high school, we were like an hour and a half away from the nearest Dairy Queen. We'd get fucking drunk and then fucking travel an hour and a half just to get Dairy Queen. Just like a fucking Sunday or whatever,
I
or
do get
fries.
it. I do kind of get it though, because you guys like your cities aren't built for walking except for like the really central parts of like major cities. The rest of it, it's all cars, and I do get that. I think that's one reason why once things like DoorDash showed up, I'm like, oh well, that's gonna stop a lot of people getting in cars and wanting like, I want Burger King, and they just drive into a wall, you know. Um, by the way, has alcohol delivery started up yet? Because I imagine that's gonna make some prudes kind of pissed off. But do you know if you can like booze delivered?
I'm pretty sure you can. I haven't experienced that. I live a block away from a gas station, so I just pick up my beer there.
Yeah, that's which if Krendar was here, he'd be like, I can't believe you guys get booze. Over here, we can get the occasional place that serves beer, but nearly everywhere, including my one, serves wine. More than one stream I've done, I've had petrol station wine, which can vary. They've also at the very top got some champagne that when we had who I don't remember who we had on for the champagne episode. Um, but I went up and I picked up a bottle of champagne there. It's Del Taco in Tucson. Everywhere went to eat when they were drunk early in the morning. Yeah, like that's so. I do get like the level of hunger, but obviously, like that shows more how your cities are laid out. They're all designed around cars. It's fucking ridiculous. Like you need to have more walkable cities in the States because in
Well,
Europe,
even public transport is shit in America.
oh yeah, outside of
You guys got trains, you guys got fucking buses, shit like that. And in America, we're just like, ha, you gotta walk.
you kidding me? Where could you walk? You don't have fucking pathways even half the time. I tried to walk in
I
a
know.
like it's safer probably to hitchhike and get stabbed by the random guy. I can order booze in the States. I just need my ID when they drop off. Same here. I think in the around about 2000 they started the off licenses around here. They did a sort of version of DoorDash, and that used to be my weekends once I started hitting like 15 and 16 and started chancing my arm. They almost never needed ID. I'd always be there like for my mother, and then after a while, the delivery person would just assume the same and wouldn't ask for ID. But I'd order a pizza and I'd order like a thing of beer. But I know in like New York, for example, you can have the two delivered to the door. Like you can get yourself like a delivery guy who can bring you beer and a pizza. And I'm like, okay, that's fucking brilliant. Like I love that idea. I remember seeing that in the pilot of Futurama. Like he showed up with a six pack of beer to the freeze area. Showed up with like a six pack of beer and a large pizza. And I'm like, fucking New York, man. I miss it. Like it was anything
Icy
more.
Wiener.
Where?
That was the name. Icy
Oh,
Wiener is
I
the
thought you meant the
yeah.
chat. Yeah, that's right. And then here's to another lousy Millennium, and then he takes a drink, sips, and two alternate realities kick out. Um, God, Futurama was good shit. Futurama was good shit. Then they brought it back, and some of those movies weren't terrible. I like the one with Yivo, the god entity from the other dimension that was going through the back of people's heads, like out their mouths to talk. That was a pretty good one. All the robots had to be left behind because they don't have souls, and they get so sad that they invade heaven and steal back all of living creatures just so they have someone to complain about. Like it was great. And then they did the tribute to Gary Gygax with the D&D episode. That wasn't too bad either. And then the movies just kept on coming. I'm like, oh, okay, this is getting stupid. Like there's nothing really new. The only good new episode of Futurama I liked was the one with the meme, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Um,
That was really good. Or shut up and take my money.
was that from the new version?
I don't know if it's from the new one or the old one, but I mean that became a meme and that was really good.
What ep of Futurama is Fry's dog? Oh God. Was it
Oh,
Scruffles? Oscar.
that was so sad. I've seen it like
If
twice.
we
And
wait forever, I'll be
the
wrapping
second time it
you.
was an accident and I didn't even know what I was watching until it came to the dog and I'm just like, nope.
Attack of the Killer App, 2010. During sixth season of Futurama, a company releases the iPhone. Um, I guess, yeah, it looks like one of the new versions. Yeah. Uh, yeah, oh God, I remember my ma caught that and started feeling really sad. Because she didn't even know the context to it. Um, and I was like, yep. I also like the one where Lita discovered her parents, and then you see all the little things they did throughout her life to make sure she was safe and happy. Um, that was a good one.
Well, when Leela and Fry first went down to the New York or whatever the fuck,
Old New
uh,
York, I think it is.
old New York, you can actually see them on the upper left hand side when they are introducing themselves or whatever the fuck. It was
Yeah,
like some like Easter egg shit that I
like the
see
guy
on
with the
Facebook.
number 5 on his shirt that would pop up randomly in crowd scenes, and then a whole episode about him.
Yep.
Um, yeah, Futurama was good for that. It does make me wonder, like, what went wrong with this Disenchanted? Because Disenchanted fucking sucks. Like, I know some people like it. I'm like, I, it none of these characters appeal to me. You've got this airhead sort of party girl who am I meant to be rooting for her because she's a bit of a bitch. You got all these side characters I don't care about. I like the demon guy a bit. He's kind of cool because he
Yeah,
stays a demon. That's the thing. Like, he is always a cunt.
I actually like the whole series. I don't know. Did they cancel it?
I think they did a new season. God, I just had a major sense of deja vu that we had this conversation at one point. Like, and I was live streaming and having this conversation. And the thing about that is, back in the day, that would be only a few seconds before I'd wake up on the floor after having a bit of a not a seizure, I'd pass out. I used to have really bad low blood pressure, and sometimes something would trigger me, and it would just all the blood would drop from my face, and I'd fall down, and I'd go to my sense of reality would go into weird places. So, including I'd create new like scenarios in my head. Like, I'd live whole lives basically. And I sometimes things like that would happen, like deja vu, and that would be my mind remembering moments and reliving them. So I'm terrified that the next second I'd wake up and be like, and it'd be like 6 months ago, and like someone's over me going like, "Are you okay, man? You passed out?" And I'm like, "Oh God." But no, everything's fine. It's too detailed. It's way too detailed to be one of my little moments. It will happen though, and I hope it never happens on stream because I'll just pass out for a few seconds. In fact, do you remember Paul's ego?
Yeah.
It happened to him on an episode of it happened to him on right at the end on an episode of Deep Fat Fried. He apparently just fell straight forward into a door when he got up. Um, and it was just like, oh my God, Paul! Like, he was all right, but he has like little bad turns from time to time. Uh, it seems to be all right though. Like, there's no sign of that. Although if you keep reminding me of the dog episode, I might start crying. Also, when Fry gets to say goodbye to his mom in one of the safest episodes, it's all right. By the way, you vanished. Is this your logo now, dude? Okay, guess he walked off the screen or something. Let's get us something to watch. Um, let's see, something fun. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys a Babish episode. There you are. Uh,
Sorry, I really had to pee and then get some more beer.
Trust me, I'll be doing the same. But yeah, let's go and watch something. So let's start with this. Binge with Babish. Kelp Nougat Crunch from SpongeBob SquarePants. Hell yeah. I've not been watching as many cooking stuff as before, but I'm still like a big fan of like cooking stuff. Just have right now I've been watching a lot of lore videos and just politics videos and the like.
Family when they owe you for groceries, holiday gifts, or round of drinks. Cash App is available for anyone
I have Cash App, but it's still waiting to be verified. In Ireland, I'm on the wait list. They're easing us in.
13 or older. Download it and use code BABISH to get $15 for free, and $10 will be donated to No.
I'll only be gone a second.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at the Kelp Nougat Crunch from SpongeBob, a candy bar I've been dreaming about since childhood that contains
Kelp and nougat. Because I love nougat, but kelp. That does not sound. Because kelp can be really nice in like sushi and such, but with nougat, oh.
only 3 known ingredients: kelp, nougat, and crunch. Here before me, I have some sheets of toasted nori. I don't know if this is technically kelp or not, but it's going to bring some great oceanic flavors to our candy bar. Not
Yep.
something I ever thought I would actively seek out, but here we are. Now for the crunch, I'm going to
I have had sea salt foods before, so it's kind of the same principle.
Make a layer of good old-fashioned Rice Krispie treat. I'm starting by generously lubricating a quarter sheet with nonstick spray and lining it with parchment paper. Molten Rice Krispie treat is about the stickiest substance known to man, so the more nonstick precautions taken, the better. Over on the stovetop in a high-walled saute pan, we're going to melt and...
Oh, I suppose I should ask if I haven't already. Are you big into cooking, or do you just like microwave everything?
It depends on what I have. I mean, sometimes I just throw in a pizza, and sometimes I will go the extra step and make oh fuck, what did I make that one time? Uh, Atlantic trout
Ooh,
or no, rainbow trout. That's what I made. Rainbow
hmm,
trout.
that's pretty cool. How did that turn out?
Oh, it was fucking delicious.
So, I imagine if you put the time and effort into it, you must have an appreciation. Like you actually do like good cooking.
If I'm doing it for myself, then yes. If I'm drunker than fuck, I'll just throw a pizza in.
Here's the thing, most people are like that. Most people will always just, over here in Ireland, like, and in the UK as well, just make it deep fried and give it a lot of salt and vinegar, and we're good to go. Or curry, so spicy it will destroy the mouth and your anus as well. Like it will just go right through you, and you don't care because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. All the pubs are closed, but everyone's going to get a burger or a pizza or a fucking what else would be open those times of night? Or I suppose just like noodles, like Chinese would often be open. And just like you bring it back and you sit down, you turn on Netflix, you get about halfway through an episode and you're falling asleep. Like that's just or in the case of when we did the Paddy's Day episode, Lady and I up in Sligo, we brought back a huge ass pizza, and throughout the night we'd wake up, we'd turn on the giant ass TV in our room, we'd pick at the pizza, we'd pick at the she got a bunch of kebabs and she was just occasionally like biting into the kebabs. Like these kebabs are good and they were ice cold. Like she didn't care. She wasn't even drunk. She's not much of a drinker. She can't handle a drink all that much. Like she gets especially wine. I always hope to one day show you guys her on wine. It's hilarious. She gets very very touchy and then she gets very very her legs turn to jelly and she just falls straight down. It's hilarious. I love it. She warned me and I was not prepared. I was not prepared for it. Until we shared like two bottles and I'm like, this is a really nice thing. And she's like, brilliant.
I suppose you guys don't have very many Mexican restaurants.
We didn't for the longest time because we always had our Indian food. Indian replaces our need for that. But as of late, a lot of people who worked over in the States, for example, coming home, they're like, oh, I remember this great Mexican restaurant, really good Mexican restaurant. What's it called? Oh, yeah, Taco Bell. Like, nobody, that's not a real Mexican restaurant. Luckily, however, we do have something just as good, which is we have a lot of independently run Spanish restaurants. So we get a lot of the same foods, not all the same foods, but a lot of the same foods, especially the seafood. Ooh. So imagine like a lot of the flavors of it, of um, of Mexican food, but then mostly based around seafood. So a lot of fish, a lot of shellfish and the like. And it can be a really nice flavor, and it's not so processed that you feel like really disgusted afterwards. The only thing is that's more of a sit down thing. Over here, no, over here exactly where I am right now, no, I couldn't tell you where the nearest place that would serve Mexican food. Closest we'd have to do is get some old El Paso and make it ourselves, you know?
Yeah, besides like McDonald's and Burger King, like the number one drunk thing that you're gonna fucking shit out of your ass in the morning is like Taco Bell, Taco John's, Del Taco, anything Mexican
Yep.
that's open until like 2 o'clock.
Remember I've been drinking in the States for years too. I can 100% confirm that or when you're stoned. Oh God, one time I got absolutely stoned and we went off to a place called, I think it was called Red Box, like a little local version of Taco Bell, but everyone says their food is actually real. And I ended up coming back with 5 of these boxes of these potato things, little cube potato things, in this really nice sauce. And I just watched my friends' friends play multiplayer COD, and I just wouldn't say I had the ultimate cotton mouth, and I wouldn't say it, and I was just funneling that stuff into my mouth. It was heaven. And next morning I was like, why does everything taste like chalk? You know? I was like, oh God, and no matter what I do, I can't get this taste out of my mouth. Um, yeah, you guys are so flushed with choices. It's brilliant. Over here, the chipper does a little bit of everything. In our town in particular, our chipper does fish and chips, of course, burgers, a bunch of different types of chips too. Like we can have curry chips, we can have taco chips. They do pizzas, they do kebabs, they do something called snack boxes, which are like 2 or 3 pieces of chicken, fried chicken, and then uh, stuff on top of it, like chips on top of it. Oh, those are so nice. Like dinner boxes will fill you up, and I've eaten like 3. So like in a sit down when I was shit faced more than once, and they're not cheap either. But like we also have a Chinese in Carrick proper. We have Indians. We have about 2 Indians, 2 Chineses, bunch of places that do pizzas and fries. We have our local burger chain called Supermax, which also has the franchise for Papa John's and Quiznos here in Ireland as well. Um,
Interesting.
yeah, the owner bought up all 3 franchises and just scattered them around Ireland. We're getting a McDonald's out here pretty soon. First time in a long while, I'll be able to walk into a McDonald's and order something that won't be in Dublin or on holiday. I always find myself in a McDonald's at least once on holiday. Last time I think it was in Scotland, actually. I was just trying to get a signal for my phone, and they had free Wi-Fi there, so I just got myself dinner there and just yeah, it's McDonald's. They got the job done, I guess. Um, there's chain restaurants are trash. The best chain restaurant has to be though, I guess, if you pin it down, Eddie Rockets, which I don't know if you guys, I think you guys have it over there, but it's called something else and it's not very popular. It sprang up like crazy over here. This is where the kids take you girls on their first date like before they're old enough to drink, you know. They take them out there and they get like a malt and a huge ass burger and stuff like that. Or this is where your ma would take you if you did good in school. You know, like it's kind of a family thing, but it's also just a nice place to sit down and get like some really good food. And they do great breakfast too. Um, Not cheap though. That's the thing. But you guys have that in spades. It's just every time I go over to the States, I even though I walk around like crazy, I still gain tons of weight. Your food is just, I don't know if it's
Oh, yeah.
good, but
Our food or our sizes, even our fucking sodas, are completely different than in
fucking
the UK.
monsters of things. Like what the fuck? It's impossible to drink. Like I always ask for a medium, and then they're like, if for only 25 cents extra, you can make it a large. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. And I don't realize it until they hand it to me that I've got this trough of sugar in front of me. And wow, you guys have an obesity crisis. Really? Really? Most people in the West, most countries in the West have an obesity crisis. Not all, but most. I think we've got a pretty bad one. But not like as bad as say the UK. And I think France is a pretty bad one too. Um, of course, you guys take the literal cake. I mean, I've been to the
Oh
Midwest.
yeah, yeah. We don't take the cake. We fucking just swallow it whole.
You're like a duck. You don't even chew. You just go, oh, 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 oh.
Cook 20 grams of unsalted butter for
I
4.
will say this though, your food comes in all shapes and sizes, from absolute trash to fucking perfection. Same with your beer. Everyone always throws shade at American beer. I'm like, yeah, the mass-produced swill, but you got the best IPA, you got the best independent microbrewers in the world. It's just all about shopping. That's the thing. America gives you one thing above all else, which is choice, and I really like that about America. It's one reason I fell in love with the country. It's just that you guys have everything, all the trash and all the good stuff. You just have to go and find it, and you pay what you get for it. Like if you're going to pay a fortune for a steak, there's a good chance that steak's going to be worth that fortune, you know?
Oh, speaking of steak, do you like ribeye, sirloin, New York strip? What do
Yes,
you like?
but it depends on my mood. Like for example, if I want like a fillet, I probably don't want to eat fill up too much. Um, you don't really get that many ribeye over here. Plus, I can never say ribeye without thinking of Ryby Jenkins. Um, that always puts me off. Sirloin, I suppose, if anything. That's the most common ones over here. We've got some good beef over here, really good beef. And if you're willing to pay it, it's usually at the top of the the menu at a restaurant. If you're willing to pay for it, oh, the quality's good, very good. But I've been to the States.
Uh,
You guys have some plenty of
how,
good stuff too.
how do you like it? Medium rare,
Um, Medium,
well done?
medium, but as of late, I have been experimenting with the more rarer meats. My dad
Uh,
would have it bloody, like because
yeah,
he picked that up in France. Yeah, like this, they have it literally with blood.
I had a coworker. She liked it blue, which
Yes,
means like hardly ever fucking cooked. Like,
you throw it on the pan just enough to hear a sizzle. You flip it over, do the same, bam, done.
yep,
Yep.
yep. She liked it that way. I like mine medium rare. I like a little bit of blood. If you do it right, you don't need any steak sauce or anything like that. If you do
No,
it right.
I found sea salt works lovely with it if you do it just right. Just a little bit of or cracked black pepper on top, just to add to a nice little flavor. Because of course the fats in the steak will suck in all that extra flavor. So you don't really need to coat it in a layer of like steak sauce. Like if you're at a barbecue and they've got like some steaks strips and such, and then they just cover it in like the Jack Daniel's sauce. You're like, okay, I might as well just been drinking a cup of the sauce, you know. Um, Although I do love that Jack Daniel's sauce, but sparingly. In fact, I cook with it to infuse it in. When the steak is nearly done, I'll sprinkle a little bit in. Makes a bit of a mess, so you lower down the heat just a bit, and then you just let it grow in. Turn up the heat enough until the moisture's gone and the steak has sucked it all in. Smells lovely. If you do it wrong, very hard to clean off the skillet. So no, I wouldn't always recommend it, but it's that's also a great way of getting rid of us a hot sauce that's too hot. If you get your hands on a hot sauce that you like the flavor of, has a nice tangy after effect, but the flavor, the spice itself overwhelms it, throw it into the meal as it's cooking. It will burn off everything, including a lot of that excess pain, because you're trying to get rid of the pain. Um, but yeah, no, I want to try. I will say this though: avoid Omaha steaks like the plague because they're not bad, but they are so overpriced. It's like 50, 60 for a steak. And
Well,
that's like just gross.
it's the same way with filet mignon. I mean, it is a easy steak to get off cut of beef, but it's overpriced.
Mm. By the way, this IPA, a Situation Normal IPA, is the other Stormtrooper. Taste the galaxy. I just noticed that. Join the core. No, I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be killed by a Jedi as one of like six people who's flung against a wall. Um, this tastes a lot better, and it's the weaker one. So of course, although like you said, you'd probably hate it more because it's um uh because it the flavor would be too extreme. I don't know when I started to
Yeah,
really enjoy
I
hoppy
can't
flavor.
I can't really do hoppy. I don't know why. I just really can't.
Not for
Like
everyone.
I can do like porters and amber ales, but I can't do hops.
Yeah, you like the mellow tastes. You like the crisper taste in the summer, and probably like these. I imagine you like stout.
I can do a couple. There's a local porter, well, state local porter that I can do probably about 3 or 4 of them, and then I got to switch. but I mean, it's still so good.
Let's keep going with Babish.
4 to 5 minutes over medium heat until it begins to lightly brown. That's right, we're making brown butter Rice Krispie treats. Next up, we're adding a
Oh, Xanos. I teach cooking lessons. I generally like what Babish puts out. Oh, that's cool. Live in Beer City, US. So what city would that be? Because I've been to a lot of American cities, and they all seem to be Beer City in some way or another.
100 grams of miniature marshmallows, stirring and cooking those for about a minute.
Oh, I'm gonna put a shout out for just Milwaukee, maybe.
Until they're fully melted. Add 50 grams of puffed rice bran cereal, stir until homogeneously gooey, kill the heat, add a little bit of salt, make sure that everybody has gotten to know everybody, and then dump it out into your prepared pan. Then you got about 2 minutes before this guy starts to harden, so while everything's warm and malleable, try to get everything as flat as possible. Like I always say, an uneven candy bar is made by an uneven mind. Now we're going to let this cool completely while we make
I had a lion bar today that would disagree with you, sir.
An even stickier substance, homemade nougat. In a small bowl, I'm combining 35 grams of malted milk powder, 40 grams of powdered sugar, and 9 grams of sifted wakame powder. This is our actual kelp that's going in the candy bar. Go ahead and tiny whisk that together until no clumps remain. Let's give this a little taste out of curiosity, and it's good. It's weird, but it's good. Just like yours truly. Now, nougat is basically a hot sugar meringue, so don your safety glasses and in the bowl of a stand mixer, combine 2 large egg whites with 50 grams of glucose syrup. Meanwhile, over on the stovetop, we're combining 475 grams of caramel sugar, 550 more grams of glucose syrup, and 150 grams of water. We're going to bring this to a simmer and continue cooking over medium low
Grand
heat.
Rapids. Founders, Bells, and New Holland. Wait, New Holland, as in not New Holland. I was thinking like New Holland, the tractor maker.
Until it reaches 250 degrees Fahrenheit, by which
You
time
can't
we
drink
have
it,
completed
tractor.
our unfinished business over in the stand mixer, which is to whip the egg whites and glucose syrup to stiff peaks, before slowly and carefully drizzling in the boiling sugar mixture. Trying not to hit the sides of the bowl, but trying not to hit the wire whisk either. Then, once all the sugar's been added, we're letting this guy whip on high speed for 8 full minutes, during which time it should become smooth and glossy. At this point, we're going to add a teaspoon and a half of vanilla paste, and working quickly so that the nougat does not drop below 140 degrees Fahrenheit, fold in our kelp and malted milk powder mixture. And there you have it, folks, kelp nougat. I don't recommend tasting this until it's cooled completely if you at all value your mouth skin, but I'm happy to report that this has graduated from pretty good to surprisingly good. So we're going to scoop it out onto our awaiting Rice Krispie treat, and once again try to press and spread it out into an even layer while it's still warm.
Oh, I've heard of
You're going to
dragon's
keep
milk.
whatever tool you're using lubed up with non-stick spray, preferably sprayed at you by a friend, but eventually you're going to give up on that when you realize you could just use another sheet pan to press it out flat and even. Just make sure that it's appropriately oiled, press it down with all of your upper body strength, and pull it off to reveal that it didn't really make a difference, and if anything made things slightly worse. So just press it out as evenly as you can and remind yourself that it's not your job to change people's perception of how well you make candy. Oh yeah, we're also going to put down a couple of those sheets of nori, likewise while this guy's nice and warm, otherwise it will not stick. Now once cooled, sometimes nougat can turn out a little brittle, so we got to slice it into clean, even bars while it's still a little warm. Go ahead and turn it out onto a lightly oiled countertop. Admire the effectiveness of your non-stick precautions. Now I'm going to start by trimming off the edges, not only to make snacks, but
Even if you're not a big fan of cooking, I always find that like shows like this are very like borderline ASMR. Just watching them make stuff. I respect anything that's done well, and if you can make anything that's like the restoration channels or there's a really cool one I watched a while back of a guy over the course of a year building a micro home.
so our bars have clean, even edges. Then we want to cut this down into individual bars. Now the bars on the show looked like a short, stout rectangle.
This guy's got a relaxing voice. I mean, you just listen to him and like I don't care what he's making. I can just listen to him and fall asleep.
Yeah, I'd love to see him make Legos or something, you know?
So I'm going to make these a little inappropriately large, and despite having a ruler right there, I'm not going to use it and end up with uneven bars. Might as well eat my mistakes, right? But as it turns out, too soon. The nougat hasn't set yet. It needs to sit overnight before its final texture is achieved. Before that happens, I'm going to enrobe these in white chocolate. I did not temper this chocolate properly, so I'm just hoping that it's going to set at room temperature, and about halfway through the process, I had the bright idea to make these guys green, on account of them being kelp candy bars and what have you. So once the chocolate has miraculously set. We are left with the final product, the Kelp Nougat Crunch. Let's take a look at that cross-section. Beautiful, looks like a candy bar, but has a taste, and I'm happy to report it actually tastes really good. I'm sorry you probably didn't understand that. It tastes really good. Thanks again to Cash App for sponsoring.
All right. I'm not gonna do it. I think he showed one recipe once, and I'm like, yeah, I want to try that. And I think I tried to put it to the test. I forget what it was though. The thing ticks me off when people think a tool needs to be all shiny. The restorers who make them. I like the restorers who make the workable tools. I never looked at anyone doing tools. The closest I ever found was a guy doing a bike. But I do get like there's no real need, but most people would appreciate it. That no one wants to be able to like get a tool and it's like coated in rust, and then they come back and it works perfectly, but it's still coated in rust. Like people were like, "Did you do a job?" And they're like, "Turn it on, it works." And they're like, "Yeah, but why is it still coated in rust?" Well, you could do the rest yourself, right? That'll be $700, please.
Well, some of those restoration videos, I've seen like a sword or an axe or
Yeah.
like a vice, and they like soak it in this substance and they put electrodes on it in the substance and then like fucking shock the shit out of it or whatever
Hey
to get all the
everyone.
rust off.
Yeah, I think I actually I know I've seen one about a Vice. Do you know who the guy who did it?
I don't know. I fucking just cruise Facebook, the videos or whatever shorts or YouTube shorts.
Mm.
I just fucking scroll through them.
I was going to show this on Friday, and we still might because it'll be a different audience that shows up. Oh, by the way, don't forget, guys, we're supposed to be having, and as far as I'm aware, we are having Hannibal Money on. So that'll be pretty awesome.
This is Walter, and I'm back with a subject I don't cover very often. We're here today to
And I'm thinking of reaching out to. I was going to say reaching out to Christian. I don't think Christian's available right now. Reaching out to Walter and having him back on. Probably next month if he's got it.
talk about Mrs. Jesus Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu, the goddess blue heart of the nation of Quickville, guardian over the Sonichu and Rosechu species, immortal avatar, Lord, Messiah, Savior, and God of all.
Yeah, that's how Christians now calling themselves from prison. You know about the whole Christian thing, right?
Yeah, I unfortunately do. Yeah.
Yeah, how it went from years and years of lolcowing to, oh look, they did something heinous, absolutely horrific, and now they're in jail and they occasionally send letters out. Well, this is the they now believe that Christian now believes that they are uh the reborn Jesus Christ. So it's like Evan, but far darker, far darker. Um, Also, I shouldn't say they, I should say her. I know some people are like, they're monsters. They don't count. No, trans people can be monsters too. It's just that doesn't discredit the movement. That doesn't discredit the people, the 99% of people who aren't doing things with their mother. But if they identify as a female, well, then that's what they are.
Yeah, what a fucking joke. Chris Chan is actually an internet weirdo who's currently awaiting trial for incest with her elderly mother, who many see to have dementia. But I'm sure you know that already. Let's get started
Yeah.
with his Chris Chan letter. Chris Chan's new 10 commandments. So Chris Chan's invented sect of Christianity is apparently called neo-spiritual Christianity.
I want to see a Wikipedia page of this. You know, because the most obscure shit you can find on Wikipedia, including Christian. But I want to see like a link to their Christian offshoot and just see what it is. Did they create it or they
which is just the most
And look, there's the fucking lightning bolts. Oh no. This is on par with Gale. Ah.
unbearable name I can think of. The letter's pretty hard to read, so I'll just format this myself.
Jesus.
I have received your kind letter, and I am thankful to count you, redacted, as the 62nd good/neutral individual who has expressed
good, neutral? Are they fucking playing D&D?
Genuine good vibrations. To address your letter, thou hath not told me anything I have not long already known and foreknown. I tell you
It's
true and
already
authentic that
cringe,
everything I
thou
know and have
hath
longed for.
not.
Yeah, remember, they reborn. I think the shock of going to jail, of because there was no like court hearing per se. Everyone knew what they did because they didn't lie about it. They were like, "Yeah, I did it." Like, what's wrong? We love each other. Like, they didn't understand. Like, she didn't understand. And they they put the gavel down and said, "You're going to jail for incest and sexual assault." And Christian's like, "Oh well, okay." They don't really process it. They go to jail and well, spend a little while, and then pretty much soon she probably what was left of her mind is completely shattered. You know, especially because almost
Um,
certainly somebody who in like the prison who's like a chaplain was probably trying to look after her, and it just kind of.
I'm gonna pull a John and say, do you think that like Chris was like too sheltered, and that's why they don't know like actual societal norms, and that's what happened,
Are you
or
stay?
they're just whatever.
Yeah, are you asking that like do I think that Chris Chan didn't know what like why incense is like wrong, let alone illegal? Like
Basically, he doesn't really, or they don't really understand societal norms and like.
yes, to a degree. I think maybe that kept her away from doing it at first, and then eventually as her mind started to degrade even more due to a good chunk of it was trolling and also being egged on by that fucking psychopath from Kiwi Farms. Um, that eventually I think her mind just was like, okay, yeah, that sounds like a good idea because obviously her mind was twisted from day one, and not like in a negative, not in like in an evil, wrong way, but more in a mentally disabled sort of way. And as a result, they ended up having like this terrible skewed idea because she was obsessed with getting laid, on par with Lucas Werner, on par with King Cobes. But while Lucas might one day join Chris Chan in jail, I don't imagine Cobes ever will. Cobes knows, I think, certain levels of right and wrong. Um,
Yeah, I think Cobes is more self-aware.
yeah, I think if anything, he'll never know the touch of a woman for the rest of his life, which is sad, but that means he's not forcefully getting that touch, you know? Lucas, I imagine, will degrade to a point where he will try and fail again. To do something like that. And as for Chris Chan, well, we all know how that ended up. I would have actually put Chris Chan ending up um, trying to commit suicide or something. That's how, and still could. That could you could hear from prison. It still absolutely could end up in that way, which is I'm not doing that with some sort of morbid glee. Like this could have never ended well because how they were raised, their mental issues, how the world sort of interacted with them. And you know what? To a small degree, we're all a little bit responsible. To a small degree, because we all gleefully watched over the years. Every time Chris Chan would put something out, and we'd go and we'd laugh, and obviously we didn't know it would go this way. If we had like some sort of time traveling like device, if we knew about this, we'd go back and go like, no, 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 don't give them like try to get them committed or something, you know. Um, but yeah, like, I couldn't see this ending happily. I couldn't see it going this way. Um, but I also can't imagine them getting any help in prison. Rather, I think they're going to remain there, probably go to some sort of sheltered home at some point in their lives. Um, and that's it. Like it's a really tragic story in hindsight, but we all kind of knew it anyway. You all kind of knew it was going to go in a bad way. Although we still got plenty of laughs. We still got plenty of laughs. And like it's kind of hard not to. It's not just cringe, it's also like the whole story of Sonichu, those videos of them pointing guns going, stuff like that. Um, and at times it was clear that like Chris Chan's a very nice person and a very like sweet person, but a very desperate and confused. This world confuses them so much that they had to create their own fantasy universe, which they're still doing now. They are still doing now, and I guarantee you, one of those 60-something people who wrote in are also a troll, and they're just fucking around with them. And so long as that angle is still connected, like they're still connected to that wider world, it's not like Gail's trolls who like tell her to take her pills and ask is this real or not real. Everyone's like, hey Christian, why don't you jump a guard? Like start try to shank someone in the mess hall. But that's Kiwi Farms for you.
Foreknown has come from the higher information, truths, and insights of Emmanuel, God above gods. Formerly my father, but as is my mother after her physical form changed nearly a century ago by her own personal volition. The literal local cosmos,
I
Akashic
have to say, this is a lot of very big words. I'm surprised they can spell them right.
records, heaviest links and connections with the original Universe Core and Universe C-197, and the recently reactivated copy of the above original, Universe Core, the mostly fully transitioned Universe 1218. Here,
I'm
as
pretty
well as the
sure
entire multiverse.
Gene went through this video before, and I just had to be done. I think I left because there's so many conspiracies that they were getting into, like the Akashic records, fucking what is it, astral light to flesh
Yeah, this is spirit
transmogrification.
science shit. Like this is, and you know what? I guess if you ask them, like I bet if you asked them, like she wouldn't know. She wouldn't like understand what half these words mean. They've heard them. And like they're still like, oh, I'm gonna add that to the lore. I don't believe, like I don't, I'm not gonna get into any sort of this sort of conspiracy stuff. I'm taking it at face value of very fucked up individuals trying to interact to normal people after the world is kind of like, so you did what? What did you do? Like, I also like it is fascinating to see like the mind descend into this level of, there's no other way to put this level of madness.
Well, I fall asleep to. I mean, I've said this before. I fall asleep to Ancient Aliens, like the history show. But that's only because one, I don't believe it, and two, I like how people can go from A to Z or equate 1 plus 2 equals 7 with limited or absolutely no knowledge of history, facts, whatever the fuck. And then you're getting 7 out of 1 plus 3. Like,
That that's conspiracies in a nutshell, like, oh, someone said hello to someone at a certain point in time. They must be a bunch of lizard people. And it always, half the time, these conspiracies usually go down a rabbit hole that leads you to like the Jews did it. 9 times out of 10, the Jews did it. And it's so fucking annoying. I've had people on this stream, on this stream, but on streams. I won't say who because I don't want to be throwing shade, but like they're talking about, oh well, maybe this might be a little bit real. I don't know if they were believing it or not, but I do know that people do believe this shit, and it can take you down some dark places. Hell, look at the guy from Buffalo, the kid from Buffalo. He believed the Great Replacement theory. It's not a theory, it's a fucking conspiracy. There's no cabal of evil Hebrew pseudo rat lizard men laughing over a globe while they drink Aryan virgin blood. The world is as grey as it looks, a bunch of dumbasses on top and a bunch of dumbasses down below. And that's it. Don't get me wrong, there's there's stories and there is plots and there are conspiracies. For example, what the fuck happened with JFK? Like that was a conspiracy. The conspiracy to invade Iraq. But it always usually boils down to money and influence. That's it. No unlocking the third chakra or hiding the truth about aliens or anything like that. Like it's usually very mundane things. We want to control this oil supply so we can all get our shareholders their golden parachutes when we destroy the company and move on to the next thing. It's usually as black and white as it is. And it sucks because I do kind of want there to be some sort of hidden message between like the papers, like, oh, Jesus's heir is this person from, I don't know, Rhode Island, and they work at a Starbucks somewhere. Like, no, Jesus's heir is probably like one, if they ever had kids, which is quite likely, they're probably like 1/27th of all people of the region, because families marry families, like the DNA spreads out. How many people are related to Genghis Khan? Um, that alien
I think
hair.
1 out of every 100 people of the Asian or like towards that area.
Yeah, the Central
Asian.
Asian, yeah, that
Yep.
can claim descendancy because he had a lot of, because him and his children had a bunch of concubines. They did the nasty. That doesn't mean like there's a secret door somewhere where they can slice their hand and put a drop of blood and it opens up. The face of Genghis Khan opens up and the true secret of his power. And it turns out to be some sort of time machine. And like you go through, but people believe this shit. QAnon is a great example of that, and it's heavily tied in. The QAnon shaman. Did you see that interview with Channel 5 he did from prison?
Uh, I know of the QAnon shaman, but like uh in my state there's like you go back to National Treasure, a movie, it's fake, of course, but people believe that some of that stuff is actually real, and there's a library behind Mount Rushmore. I've lived in South Dakota my whole life. I've never seen Mount Rushmore, but I know there's no fucking library. I know there was an attempt to actually build something, but I mean, they got like what, 9 feet in, and they were just like, okay, whatever.
Um, yeah, like it makes as much sense as the base from Team America is secretly behind Mount Rushmore, or the fucking death base from Command and Conquer 3, where J.K. Simmons went off to start a war with Russia. Like it with laser-eyed Teddy Roosevelt. Um, Hiya, John, by the way. Conspiracy theories are fueled by accelerated aponeia. I can't pronounce that. The cognitive bias where people insist on finding meanings through meaningless patterns of coincidence. Yes, humans are very good at finding patterns, even if the patterns aren't there. And that has led us to do great things. Like, for example, wood heat equals fire, fire warm, fire food easier to eat, makes stronger, so on and so forth. Like that makes sense. But then you've got the 9/11 was an inside job. Well, if you add up 9 and 11, you get like you get 20, and it goes on from that. Um well, I don't think 9/11 was an inside job. I don't think that I think it was poorly mismanaged and a lot of things were covered up. Mostly probably the incompetence of the American intelligence service. I think that if there's anything, it's going to be like, "Yep, we fucked up, and you're never going to find out." Which, trust me, the CIA, it's the most powerful intelligence agency in the world, but it fucks up a lot. Um, yeah, you can't know that Mount Everest exists because you've never seen it in person. That's the exact same logic of people who have never traveled on airplanes and think the world is flat. A lot of flat earthers
Well,
believe the same thing.
a lot of flat earthers have gone on airplanes
And then they
and
justify and say that the plane either flies around a particular path
yep.
and then relands. Hell, there was an argument that Australia doesn't exist. Have you ever been to Australia? Oh, that was a predetermined thing. That was not like they always need to find these excuses. It's why Beyond the Curve on Netflix is such a good documentary. Ben Garrison looks like a fucking jackass. Not Ben Gar. Yeah, it's Ben Garrison. Looks like a fucking jackass in it. And at the end of it, it shows a test they set up with their own money to try to prove it by using a laser. And they would be like, well, if this laser curves in any way, well, then I guess the Earth is curved, but it shouldn't due to these calculations we extrapolated from our own tests. And they test it, and the laser curves. Why? Because the world is fucking round. And most of them, like, they don't have answers and they drive away. And then their argument, oh, well, that was taken out of context. No, it wasn't. There's no need to. We don't need to lie. We're not afraid of the truth you speak. We laugh. We read your truth. We look through it page by page by page, listen to everything, show it to the whole world, and the whole world goes, "That's dumb, yo," and this goes on to its day. Like the world isn't flat. 9/11 was not caused by the fucking Illuminati. Hitler's brain is not in a jar somewhere. Jesus, if he didn't live, is probably never coming back. And if he is coming back, it's not going to be some sort of blonde-haired blue-eyed white dude coming down to save all of the Republican Party. It'll come back. It'll be a. You wouldn't let Jesus in across the border in Mexico. You know, like if he were to come in, they'd be like, "Yeah, you're not getting in. You don't have any papers, and we don't like the look of you." And Jesus would be very confused because he's probably a very chill dude. Um,
Well, I just want to point out to like anyone that is maybe Muslim or go by the Old Testament, go go to the Middle East and try to find a white dude named Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. You're not gonna find those guys.
And a lot of them, like a lot of people, understand that these are like translations from the original names. I think Paul or Peter. Paul is Saul. Paul and Saul are the same word. Saul is the
Yeah,
original Hebrew.
he
But
he changed his name to Paul after he converted.
yeah, but Saul is still a very common Jewish name, and so is some of the other ones. Obviously, Judas isn't mentioned much by either sides. I can imagine the Middle Ages having your baby called Judas while you're living in a ghetto somewhere. You know, like who's going to be the first to get pogrommed? I don't know, Judas. But I laugh. Fucking tragedies upon tragedies of the human race. Huh? Um, but like it's so at the end of the day, I always love this line. It came from the show Stargate.
I know of it, yes.
There's a very tongue-in-cheek episode where there's a TV show called Wormhole Extreme that someone in Hollywood has been making, and it's very spoofy of the show itself. But the creator has been basically receiving knowledge of the Stargate show because he himself is an alien. But someone mentions this early on before they realize this out. I know I just spoiled an episode there. Trust me, it gets weirder as the series goes on. Um, at some point, you actually someone says this, and it's so true. Every single conspiracy theorist will eventually backtrack to explain their lives, the reason their wife left them, the reason the bank foreclosed their house, the reason they got fired, the reason they got rejected for the high school football team, whatever. It was all down to the fucking Illuminati trickling down over millions of years. The reason they're not happy is because of this. And they're the hero of their story. That's why they always quote movies and books because they have no real life equivalency. Um, it's it's sad. In Beyond the Curve, at the same time they were having a huge flat Earth convention across the way. The latest batch of NASA what would like like they just got out of college and they're starting their jobs and they're having a huge party and it was showing like the difference between the two and all these guys were like very glum and serious and they were all talking about how like the flat earthers were talking about how the world just isn't ready. They're trying to keep us down, even though there's a camera literally pointing at their face. And nothing was edited beyond probably a lot of like really heavy noise being edited out, because obviously you need to edit out completely something. And then it cuts to like this party, and all these 20 and 20 something kids are just laughing and having a good time and saying like, "Wow, I'm getting to work for NASA. You know, like I get to help put the next space shuttle up there, well, not shuttle, but rocket." And then they talk. One guy gets up on stage and talks about the flat earthers, and he says it's a real tragedy that they believe this lie because they have such a passion for this that if it was focused on actual science, they could do a lot of really good things for the wider world. Instead, they're so sad. They're so mired in this shit. And that's the flat earthers. Like, try to get the anti vaxxers on board. Like, well, often the two overlap. The anti-vaxxers, the conspiracies about like Trump won the election, Hitler's brain in a jar, whatever you want. These people have such passion that if it was focused on something positive, something helpful, that it really could change. And nowadays, the only time that seems to be the case is when people realize that they were talking bullshit and they try to save other people. That's the most helpful they tend to be these days. Like it's so destructive. It's almost like drugs in that regard. Like all the good people we lost over the years to heroin and crack, and every once in a while one of them breaks the habit and tries to help someone else who's suffering. Well, it's good that they're helping, but it's a shame that you were in that position in the first place. Like it'd have been better for the wider world if you just, you know, didn't go that far down the rabbit hole. But look, this is me rambling. We have
multi-timelines and beyond, and then some. And I get all this into this one God body of mine through constant, innate, 24/7, 365 plus one, literal and active.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched this on John's channel.
Yeah.
Or
That's all right, because this is way more wordy than I was expecting. I was hoping
okay,
to find the
well,
actual Ten Commandment things.
I'm gonna step out and smoke. I will be right back in probably about 5.
That's all right. I'll pop something else on, something a bit more upbeat. Um. Ooh.
How you doing?
Farscape beats Star Trek. Farscape went into crazier locations, but it didn't have the budget, and frankly, didn't have the talent. I liked the guy from Firefly they had on, but he wasn't good in Star Trek. He wasn't good in Stargate, I should say. Bob, no, now the Earth is curved. We should see at 15. Curves drift, Bob. Okay, Jared, can you see the light? I can see the laser, yeah. um, oh God, the sheer amount of Better Call Saul. Yeah, that's where I think. Science, which I don't understand, could be wrong, therefore it's wrong. Yeah, a lot of that has to come down to ego. Like, I openly admit so many, like when we had Landon on, for for an episode of Three Drinks Minimum, I couldn't, for the life of me, follow half was gone on. I wasn't at my best. I was drinking, and I was very tired. But at the exact same time, like he was talking about shit that was just over my head. I was making the comparison of that caveman and alien from Kablam from the 90s. Big shout out if anyone remembers that. And I couldn't fucking follow a lot of what he was saying. But I didn't get angry. I was like, oh, well, Landon's talking out of his ass. Clearly, I, the expert, you know, I didn't do that. I was like, yeah, no, I can see what he must have spent years studying this shit. And he does. He spent years studying this shit. Um, it had better special effects because of Jim Henson puppets. It had better special effects than fucking DS9. It had practicals a lot better. But I'll watch a fucking battle, the Battle of DS9 um in the later half of the show series to anything put out by Farscape. But I'll admit that Farscape will have interesting stories. I remember one where an alien was experimenting on his own kind, and he was compared to Eichmann, and he said Eichmann sounded like um a visionary. Oh, also big shout out to fucking what was the name of the show? Fucking Andromeda. I loved Andromeda. I was a big fan of Andromeda growing up. I didn't think it was as good as Star Trek, but it was pretty good. I liked the Magog. Thought they were pretty good. They kind of remind me of the Tyranid, but like sentient. Um, I like the Nietzscheans, who are like the warrior race with like claws in their arms. These days, if they ever made a movie of it, they'd get Jason Momoa to play that character. Um, Also, a big fan of Babylon 5. Big fan of Babylon 5. More so now as an adult because I could follow along the higher tier sort of storylines. That was the thinking man's DS9. When I discuss science and textbook information with people, they engage in the exact behavior you just described. Yeah, like some people are just like, oh well, I don't know this, so I just yeah, it must be it must be obnoxious, but the fact is you know better. Like you just do know better because you're you do have the information. It's just what I said before. How you present it is not the best to go about. Like the way you present it is never been the best, but you do tend to have the facts. Um, I've never denied that. Here's a little bit more active. You know who Ethan Ralph is?
I am not aware of him.
He was on the kill stream. He'd be like a lot screaming a lot. He got mugged, quote unquote, in Portugal, but in reality he got into a fight that he lost. He's a piece of shit. Well, he's in Portugal again and got into another fight with, by sound of it, a bunch of English lads, and they recorded it. And he still hasn't fucking learned his lesson.
What's up, bitch? What are you doing, bitch? Fuck out of my face. Get the fucking. Fuck you, prick.
Asses everywhere.
Cunt.
Look at this. He's such a mouth. Every 5 seconds, he's just constantly screaming at someone. He screamed at someone on our last episode of BR for misunderstanding a thing about his mother. Like he just lost his shit, and she's just trying to be very calm and apologizing. He's like, "No, fuck you, fuck you. How do you fuck you like it now?" He's so angry. I actually lived with someone like this for a while, and he'd actually go out and intentionally start fights with black guys, like call them all sorts of words, and he'd get his ass kicked, and he'd go back and he'd do it again and again and again. For all I know, that guy's dead now. You know, like he was just a broken person. Um, but Ethan reminds me a lot of that. He's all mouth because he never wins a fight. He's massively overweight. Like you can see it here. Like he's heavily fat. He's also clearly not had a fight in his life that he's probably won, or at least not past 10 or 20 years.
What? Huh? You fucking cunt. Fucking gonna do? What are you coming out before, you little dickhead?
Look at this.
Look at that belly.
Right? Like this is so they're pathetically failing at assaulting this guy. I think he's just like I think Ethan started the fight actually, if anything. I don't know the details. And see that ring? He's fucking engaged. It makes me wonder, like his fiance seeing all this stuff. He has a whole show where he's just insulting the living shit out of everyone he can, like screaming into his mic until the mic starts to pop like crazy. And she's like downstairs, and she's like, "This is normal." Fucking hell! No, reddest of
You
flag.
fat little gun shit. Yeah, that's
You
right,
fat-
bleeding. Look at you.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fast
I don't even have a girlfriend, and
So-
I like I don't even do this.
Uh,
That's bad.
Oh, I didn't see the issue with his an issue with his weight. I don't see the issue with his weight. He's got a literal fupa.
Hey, you got a massive lump on your head, dude.
I don't give a fuck.
Put that on, mate. Looks like a fucking.
I know, right? What the fuck's going on there? What's going on with there? Dickhead,
Yeah.
let's go and get some fucking
I'm the
smoke.
police on this guy.
Let's go get some fucking smokes. Yeah, fucking. Oh, that sounded borderline Irish right there.
Yeah, whatever, sure, mate. Are you really going again?
Oh, fuck it. Like, did you slip?
Right,
mouth. You're gonna get bad if you keep swearing. Stop swearing up to him, you fat cunt. Why are you swearing up to him, you fat cunt?
Fuck you, bitch.
Prick. We're walking away now.
And you know what the worst thing is? He's going to come back and he's going to claim he won this fight. He's on his ass is on display, everything's on display, and he's going to claim that he won the fight.
Fuck off.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you, we're walking away. Walk away or I'll have you. Walk away or I'll have you. Walk away. Walk away, you fat cunt.
But mentioning his weight makes me feel better about myself. I'm not too far off myself, but I hop on that treadmill now about half an hour every day, and I've started to watch my weight. If only for me back, if nothing else. Like he'll go on and he'll be so this out of shape and constantly threaten people. Like it's just.
Oh no, big bitch.
Just this is fucking hilarious, but pathetic at the same time. It is like he's so fucking sad. It's really, 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 really well, it's sad. Anyway, let's see. What's it? Do it yourself on Twitter. What's it? Oh, this is cool. Yeah, kind of. As far as I can tell, it's like a battery that when you use your hose, it'll charge an object. That's kind of neat. I can't imagine that many uses for it though. Like if you need a light right next to your your hose, I guess.
I mean, it's probably not very fuck, what's the word? I've been drinking too much.
It's all right. Take your time.
It probably works out well for the little things, but in the whole spectrum, it's probably not all that
Practical.
Practical. There we go.
Hey man, if you are ahead, let me bounce out the playing field so we can both get a little.
Well, I think I had 2 twisted teas. Those are 24 ounces, and I think I am at my 5th beer, which are 12 ounces. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, you're definitely getting your money's worth of this time.
Yeah.
Hey, I've never it's called Wasted Wednesday, you know. Jesus, I don't know what's that. Oh, this is kind of a cool video. I watched it recently,
So
but
at some point in their lives, nearly everybody has wanted to dig a hole down to the center of the earth. The only
I have to
problem
admit
is
that's
nobody
very true. Like, did it happen? I've noticed this with me. I definitely, at one point as a kid, started to dig in my back garden. Did you?
Yeah, I don't know what our fascination with it. I mean, like I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna dig a hole to China. I was just like, how far can I dig a hole?
Right. Eventually, I found this sort of gravel, this sort of like big stones. When they were building the back garden, that's to keep the a lot of the mud and the dirt in place. They throw those in there to kind of even it out. But I thought that I was hitting like the bedrock of the earth, you know, like it was so ridiculous.
ever has actually dug a hole down that far.
But like it's just I don't know, like I found this with so many people. What about you guys in chat? When you were a kid, did you just have one day like I'm gonna start digging a hole? Like maybe you had some plan to build a tunnel, maybe you had some plan to dig to China, maybe you just wanted, like you said, to see how far you could go. I did think I could try to reach to China or something like that. I also saw the no point. Like why wouldn't you? Like why wouldn't you just do that? Like when I was really young, like maybe 6. Like what was the problem of digging a hole? Like why don't more people do it?
This leads us to the question that this video is all about. If humanity decided that
Galen didn't apparently. You were in your brain bubble, learning all the great works, just pumping into your brain at all times. You were hovering. I honestly, I found a lot of people did that, and there's this meme going around right now on Twitter of this girlfriend saying, "How do I get my boyfriend to stop digging a hole in our back garden?" And this thing is fucking impressively big. He's even started to put supports up. He started doing it during the lockdown, and he just keeps on going and going and going, and it's getting like obsessive. There's something almost borderline like creepy about it.
That digging a hole was the #1 objective of our species, then how deep down could we actually dig with modern-day technology? Let's say that we start somewhere on the Earth's surface and just start digging from there. Not too far down at 1.8 meters, and we arrive at the standard grave depth in Western culture, so if you're afraid of zombies, this is how far down they'll be coming from. 4 meters down, and we arrive at the depth that Pharaoh Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered at. A little further, at 6 meters below the surface, we reach the maximum depth that metal detectors can pick up signals from. At 12 meters, we can find the deepest burrows dug by animals, the Nile crocodile. A little further down at 20 meters, and we arrive at the depth of the Paris Catacombs beneath the city of Paris.
Still surprisingly deadly to go to the Paris Catacombs. You're always told to stay following the tour, and they only show like the most well like preserved areas. But you can wander off, and people, I think like it was 92 or 93, the last person died. I might be wrong there. Like a tourist, so they don't really show it. Also, whole areas have collapsed.
Paris, a tomb that holds the remains
Well,
of over
there was a
6
movie, as above, so below,
Hmm.
and it was about the Paris catacombs.
million
fucking
people.
weird.
Double that distance to 40 meters down and we can see the deepest swimming pool in the world. If you drained this pool and jumped into it from the top, it would take nearly 3 seconds before you would hit the bottom. 100 meters down is the usual distance that governments bury their nuclear waste at, and just
Which will never cause any problems ever. Just bury it and forget about it.
beneath that, at 105.5 meters down, is the deepest metro station in the world, located in Kiev. Moving
Awesome, which also is good right now because it's saving them from any bombing.
on to 122 meters down, and we see the deepest known point that a plant's roots have ever reached, a fig tree in South Africa. 220 meters down, and we arrive at the deepest river in the world, the Congo River in Africa. Beyond that, at 240 meters, you can ride through the deepest railway tunnel in the world that connects the Japanese islands of Honshu and Hokkaido. But at 287 meters down, you can drive through the deepest road tunnel in the world in Norway. 305
Whoa, that's cool. I didn't know about that. And I mean, I watched this video, but I guess I just had it on in the background and wasn't paying as much attention to it.
down, and you would still be vulnerable to the B-82 Earth-penetrating nuclear warhead, which can destroy structures up to this depth beneath the surface.
I retract what I said about the Kiev station.
Incredibly though, at 392 meters, we arrive at the deepest well and possibly deepest hole ever dug by hand. This is the Woodingdean water well in the UK, and it was dug all the way back in 1862. At 603 meters down, we arrive at something terrifying, the deepest vertical drop inside of a cave. If you were unfortunate enough to be in this cave and fall down this
Jesus, there's a name. Verticlavia. Verticlavicia.
hole, the fall would be higher up than falling from the top of the One World Trade Center in New York, and the fall would take you over 11 seconds before hitting the bottom. Even further down
those New Orleans, yeah, you can't dig underground in New Orleans. The ground just pushes it back up, right? So they're all mausoleums and shit.
at 700 meters is where the Chilean miners were trapped
flooding is a big thing too.
Yeah, that's what moves it around. Like we're in a swamp right here as well, so that makes a lot of sense. A lot of our grave sites are built on hills because obviously the hills won't be so prone to it. But we do have a lot of hell. Just a few miles up here, there's footage of. I think it was last year. Missy Ann said it to me, and she's like, "Isn't this where you live?" And sure enough, it was near around Rigna, which is about 2 towns over. And it was just this massive horde of mud and trees just going down after a bad rainstorm.
69 days back in 2010. 970 meters down is the deepest hole ever dug that still has an open sky above it, the Bingham Canyon open pit mine in Utah. This pit is so deep
Oh.
that you could place the tallest building in the entire world in the center and still have over 100 more meters to the surface. Much further down at 1,400
I have to say, he says meters weird. Meters. He kind of stretches the word out a bit.
10 meters, though, is where the deepest concert ever held happened by the band Agonizer in Finland.
That's cool.
1,642 meters down is the depth of the deepest lake on Earth, Lake Baikal in Russia, and 1,857 meters down is the deepest part of the Grand Canyon. The deepest known cave on Earth is located 2,197 meters beneath the surface in Georgia, but the deepest hole that you could actually fall into goes way deeper than even this. All the way down at 3,132 meters is the bottom of the Moab Khotsong mineshaft in South Africa. Taking the elevator takes 4.5 minutes to reach the bottom, but if you fell into it from the top, it would take you 25 entire seconds for you to hit the bottom and think about what you've just done. Long enough to receive and miss an entire phone call. Even further down at 3,000
You have to have good reception to get it, though.
1,600 meters is the deepest point that a multicellular organism has been found alive. This freaky-looking worm. But human beings
Compared to all the
themselves have been
normal-looking
even
worms.
deeper than this. 4,000 meters down is the deepest part of the deepest mine on Earth, also located in South Africa. The trip from the surface down to the bottom takes over an hour to complete, and the temperature at the bottom can reach a sweltering 66 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
6,000 meters.
Like everyone always forgets that when you have like a mine or whatever, the temperature skyrockets, and also so does like the sheer pressure. Like it must fucking destroy your eardrums, your fucking eyes, your bones. Like Christ. I'd say they better be paid well, but they're miners. How well can they be paid?
Is the average depth
And
of
it's
the
also in South Africa, so
They might be hopefully paid by their standards, which is I don't even know, which is weird because probably the stuff they dig up from the ground is probably worth and almost is certainly worth a fortune, and they almost certainly won't see any of it. I watched Dirty Money's thing on gold in the Central America, and oh my fucking God, they have to clean it by stamping on it in this vat of chemicals in a big barrel to clean the gold from all its impurities. And if you have a cut in your foot, you're going to die. It's just that simple. And I think they get paid $15 a day. Like,
Jesus Christ.
yeah. And then, of course, sorry, go on.
I watched a video about who was in the UAE, United Arab Emirates, about these people that do sea salt. They harvest sea salt, and they get like $26 a ton, which then sells for $150 some a ton. So they're getting fucking shit.
Well, we watched this before, but the UAE is run by fucking slaves. There's no other way around it. They're slaves. They bring in people from Pakistan and the Philippines and India, and they charge them nothing. They actually take their passports away when they land, so they can't leave. They're on contracts. They receive next to no money, and the money they do get is always sent back home. And their contracts are often extended for as long as the owner wants it, because Kuwait also, I think it's either Kuwait or UAE. The percentage of people who are actually born there who work manual jobs, minimum wage jobs, are so low. It's all like immigrant people who are brought in, and then they also like, if I'm right, like suicide is incredibly high there. Actually, not just in the UAE, if I remember right, for the entire Gulf states, it's like I think one person on average from India kills themselves a week there, and that's just from India that we know of. And that's for all the countries. It's insane.
oceanic crust beneath the ocean floor. Way down at 8,848 meters is the height of Mount Everest if it were placed underground instead. 10,994 meters down is the bottom,
which would make it Mount Neverest.
of the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. I already covered the depth of the ocean in another video, but unbelievably, humans have actually dug down significantly deeper than even this. For reference about
I want
what's
to eat
next,
that fish.
11,887 meters is the average altitude that a commercial airliner flies at. But deeper than that, at 12,262 meters is the depth of the Kola Super Deep Borehole, a project where the Soviet Union attempted to drill all the way through the Earth's crust. They only reached a third of the way there though, because the temperature at this depth reached
typical Soviet science. Or as Clarkson would say, ambitious but rubbish.
180 degrees Celsius, which was too hot for the drill to continue operating any further. The hole is also only 23 centimeters wide, so luckily you can't accidentally fall into it.
Look, it's surrounded. I love how it's surrounded by trash. Shouldn't there be like a plaque or something dedicated to it? Instead, it's just in a fucking trash pile. If I remember, Kola is incredibly like uninhabited. It's that little bit out in Siberia right before you reach Alaska. That's like kind of like sticking out like a handle. And they built the mine there. They built the shaft there. You'd think there'd be like a fucking museum or something to it.
Quarter down the shaft though, it would take about 50 seconds before it hit the bottom. Recently, however, this depth has been surpassed by the Z44 Shavio oil and gas well, which has drilled down to a depth of 12,376
Once
meters.
again, capitalism
wins out. That's the equivalent of
out.
stacking 15 Burj Khalifas on top of each other, and currently represents the deepest hole that humanity has ever dug. The crust, however, can extend down to 70,000 meters below the Earth's surface, and the planet's center is located 6,371 kilometers down. If the surface of the Earth is Lisbon, Portugal, and the planet's center is Astana, Kazakhstan, then humanity so far has just ventured this tiny, insignificant distance. If you enjoyed the video that you just watched, then I hope that you'll subscribe to my channel here.
We got a long way to go. I always wondered if the drill bit shattered because it was so far down, then is the drill bit there still melted into like a big gloop, or did they take it out? Because if they took it out, then couldn't they bring a new one in and bring it down and keep going from that? Or maybe they tried that and something, I don't know.
I think the new drill bit would still melt. So if you like took the melted one out and then you tried to,
Oh, this is a cool. She's a comedian. She does like skits and stuff like that. Am I not subscribed to her yet? We need to change that. Krendar wants to have her on. I haven't even begun to talk about it. Let's see. Scottish True Crime Walking Tour. Lewis, historical hate mail, George Orwell. Did Drunk Scott give Shakespeare? Guy Fawkes doesn't get the mask thing. Sue the other bowling girl. There's one that I like, and it's like, oh, where is it? Wise Man, Gingerbread.
I want to say she popped up in like the Facebook like shorts or videos or whatever. I want to say that I've seen her before.
It's like a passive. It's like the passive aggressive Celtic. Oh, every American rom-com set in Ireland featured Chamber. Okay, yeah.
Chelsea Corndog had everything.
I've got everything. A Manhattan apartment, a non-specific media job, a douchey white boyfriend. Could my life be any more perfect?
Until she lost everything.
Yeah, I just got made partner at the real estate law firm, and there's plenty trust fund babes I'm gonna bang, so I'm sorry, babe. You're out.
Could I be any more unlucky? Hey, Chelsea, you know what I heard? I heard if you kiss the Blarney Stone in Ireland on whatever day
I love the lots of glasses.
it is, then you'll get lucky for life. And I know that 'cause I'm Irish, 'cause I saw a picture of Galway once.
This summer, she's trying to get lucky.
My flight to Ireland
Downstairs, yeah.
only went as far as Devon, and now I have to swim the rest of the way.
She just needs a little help.
You'd have overshot her
Blarney.
then.
Sure, I'm headed there now, in a charmingly primitive form of transport.
I can't believe I have to spend my journey with this guy. He may be conventionally attractive, but he knows nothing about the real world.
Of course I've heard of Espresso Martini. Did he win the Tour de France?
My shoe just came off in a pigsty, and this place doesn't even serve cosmopolitans.
Cosmopolitan? I don't know what that is, but the regulars in this pub are now murmuring disconcertedly.
But luck finds a way.
There's something about his accent that makes his constant negging seem good.
We're falling in love over a clumsy yet traditional dance!
I don't know what you're saying, but I find it both wise and charming.
But there will be plot-based obstacles.
You stay away from that boy, Chelsea. He's wild. He can't be trusted.
It's me or Manhattan, Chelsea. This rain won't farm itself.
But why can't we be together?
One of Sean's sheep went missing, and he blamed your great-grandfather. The two clans have been warring ever since.
Featuring beloved Irish actor.
As happy as a pig on a corn crake's back.
And that other guy you've seen in films. You know the guy, that guy.
I can't give you electricity, fancy cars or skyscrapers. But I can give you grass so green it'll cure your depression.
And this Scottish actor we hoped you wouldn't notice.
If I'm totally honest, I think I'm just in here to confuse people.
Luck of the Blarney Mountain Charms.
That was awesome. I remember once I was flying out of I think I was flying to I was probably flying to New York, and there was an ad for like on the TV on the plane. There was an ad for one of those sort of movies, and I was just thinking like, so many girls, usually white, are going to go over to Ireland, have a look around, and go, oh, okay. It's kind of like what it looked like in the movies. And you can find incredibly beautiful landscapes in Ireland. Like I'll show you near around where I live. I'll show you Leitrim picturesque.
Well, that's the thing. Like in America, I mean, besides Native American history, we don't have a lot of that mythology or like castles and myths and stuff like that. But like in Europe or Britain, UK, Ireland, Scotland,
Well, Europe.
Wales.
Don't let
yeah.
Brexit. Yeah, don't let Brexit fool you. We're European, and we're here in Ireland. We know it. We don't make a big deal about it because we're Irish first and European like third. But we are like Europe, the Europeans, and we're okay with it. We like it. It adds a level of what would you call it, respectability to us, you know, because we don't want to be lodged in with the English because they tried that for 700 years. Yeah, I know you guys are obsessed with it, especially because if you have like Irish heritage, you know, it's just
Oh yeah, and it's the same thing with Native Americans too. Like, oh my my great grandpa was a fifth of a quarter Cherokee, and then they like wear a fucking headband and like try to fucking
like
speak Choctaw.
Johnny Depp with the Lone Ranger, you know, like
Yeah.
what was it? I always remember Dylan Moran. He did a stand-up routine once, and it was everyone always asks, "Do you know such and such?" Like American tourists, Canadian tourists, whatever. They'll be all like, "Oh, my great aunt's cousin's twice removed, whatever, was named I don't know, Mary O'Harney, right?" I like to say that. How do you do you know her? And what you do is you stare right back at him and go, "Oh yes, everyone knows her," and then just don't explain and just walk off. Get them, get them fucking asking. Um, but yeah, like this is, I actually know exactly where that is. Um, there's a lot of beauty in this country. Don't get me wrong, and there's a lot of, I honestly think there's more beauty in Britain because it's just a bigger place and it has a lot of the same stuff. Not all, of course. I'm in Leitrim. That's in Carrick on Shannon. Um, I think that's Loch Allen there. Might be wrong. Uh, 12 songs of lovely Leitrim. I'm actually surprised we got 12 songs. That's up by Battlebridge. I've filmed there once or twice before. It's a lovely part of the country, and I always love these mountains because it always reminds you of like the borders of a province in an Elder Scrolls game. When you're reaching the end, instead of them having like just invisible walls, as you're running up close to it, you'll see a mountain range that you're clearly not meant to pass over, so you're meant to go around it. Because that actually, if I'm right, those mountains, although they're bluffs, they'll eventually lead you up to Northern Ireland. So the border is actually built around those mountains specifically. Um, it's not like we're geographically like cut off from the north or anything. It's just if I were to walk straight now from where I am, I'd pass by Loch Allen, which is I think is somewhere like over here. Actually, no, it's a little bit further up. And eventually, if you keep on going, you're going to enter this sort of territory. And a little bit further up is the north, but you wouldn't be able to walk it because A, there's paths like this. So you're more likely to get run over by a tractor or a truck. But you're also like going to be running across giant ass fucking bluffs like this. What are you going to do? Like you could, in theory, climb them. Uh, Also, we're actually very nearby the Iron Hill or the Iron Bluff, and that's our version of like the Celtic god of smithing. Apparently, that was his home in Ireland. That's where we got iron from, because of course, back in the day, you could mine iron out of it. It's gone now, of course. It dried up centuries ago. But the mountain itself is this impressive thing. It kind of looks a little bit like Ayers Rock or Uruludu. I can never pronounce it quite right. You know the one in Australia, the huge mountain in the giant bluff in the middle of Australia, that's kind of sticking out of the landscape. It's kind of like that, but it's greener, as you can imagine. We do love our green. We're like the orcs. We do love the green. Um, but Ireland is like absolutely stunning. Like I did a whole video on the causeway, but Cliffs of Moher. Like this is the one everyone always thinks about. The Cliffs of Madness. A lot of those films that she was spoofing was right here. And they're just like it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful to go and see. But to me that's not Ireland. That's where the tourists go and spends money. That's they don't go to Ireland. They go and oh yeah, didn't they film a part? Yeah, I forgot. Or the Aran Islands. Mickey, if you're still in the chat, I remember you saying you wanted me to go to the Aran Islands. Well, I did. It would help if I actually spelt it right. There we go. Yeah, I was here. There's like old Neolithic yeah. Inishmore, Inishman, and Inishneer. I think I went to Inishmore. Um and it was quite nice. I actually hung out with a bunch of I didn't go to the Brannock Islands. Probably no one lives on them. Um but these was great. There's some Neolithic tombs, like predating the Celts, by a good chunk. This is where, in the new Star Wars films, this is where Luke went to start up the little temple that he lived in, where he drank the blue milk. Um, this is where they filmed that. They're really, really pretty. Windy as so hell. Don't bring a hat; it's just gonna fly off your head. Um, but they're so yeah. I've been there. I didn't get all the way up there. I couldn't walk it. I was so out of shape. They're so windstrapped though. There's like no trees. Trees are just ripped right from the roots. Like it's so windy. But it is lovely. It's absolutely lovely to visit. And I get why tourists are so obsessed with it. But it's not to me like I'd be like saying, "Oh, America is cowboys in New York." Okay, that is an element to it, but there's so much more besides. In Ireland, there's at least two more things besides. We're tiny. You guys have way more things besides. Um, I have to ask, did you ever go to Ireland before? Or think of going?
I've really wanted to. I've never been out of the country before.
Oh. I hate when Americans say that because although you guys have a really great country, like you do, I love this castle. You do really well overseas, or at least depends on what country. You do really well in Ireland. We always love Americans. No joke about it. It's usually because you bring a shit ton of money. Um, no, oh God, look, I used to do pub crawls around Temple Bar, and I think every one of them was pub crawl. Every one of them was like American that I was there. Americans or Canadians? I think we had one guy from yeah, we had one guy from Brazil over the time I was there. Every other one of them was American, and the temple that has the Guinness Book of Record for the longest run guitar session. They have a big plaque for it there. It might have been beaten, but I forget how long it ran for. But it was like 2, 3 days, I think, non-stop, just a constant guitar session. Um, but when this happened, like Temple Bar was designed to make so much money from tourists. That's why every single drink there, every single thing of food, every knick-knack or whatever skyrocketed in price. But it's also where you're going to hear some good music. You're going to meet some really cool people. It's a fun place to go to if you've got the money. You're more likely to spend 20, 30, 50 more than you would in other parts of Dublin. And Dublin tends to be a little bit more expensive than the rest of the country. Um, unless you know where you're going.
I would actually like to try a pub crawl. I've never fucking done it before. I know they do it in like Boston for St. Patty's Day, but like in another country, I mean, that'd be pretty cool to try out.
Well, I'll give you a quick rundown of how I did it. Remember, I did this on the sly. I copied what the Viking pub crawl did. So let me bring up the Viking pub crawl, which I thought they'd be really angry when they finally confronted with me. They wanted to hire me. Hire me. They wanted to hire me, but she was so shit-faced when she was trying to hire me. I kind of didn't take her seriously. But we also didn't have the gimmicks. We didn't have like any of the outfits or the t-shirts and such. But it was a standard thing. You basically in your hotel there'd be a bunch of brochures. I'm sure you've been to enough hotels that you've seen that little kiosk of like the little like shelf of like local attractions and stuff like that. Um, they uh My one, I would just tell one person when they were all going out on a pub crawl. Like when they were all going out to start their night, I would talk to one of them and I would jump out. For most people, what happened, for most professional ones, what would happen would be, uh, um, you read the thing, you call it up. They start usually, there's usually about two a night. So you'd have maybe four people overall working. You'd meet up in this one bar, usually, I just say after 6, give or take. And this is when the crowds would just be starting to show up, but it wouldn't be too crowded yet. And depending on how good or bad it would be, you'd get a quick rundown of the place. Sometimes the lore would be complete bullshit, like they would talk out of their asses, and that'd be fine. But they would mention all the major areas, most of which would be help financing the pub crawl. I didn't do that because obviously I was doing it on the QT. Um, but they would take you to this first place and they would give you a free shot. Everyone would get a free shot of something, or if you didn't want something that heavy, they'd give you a free beer. And you'd knock it back, you'd pose for the picture, and after that, they would introduce you to the band that would be playing. In the case of the key or the keys, there in Temple Bar, it is a no, there's a whole like ecosystem. Like I lived here for the longest time. Go back, go back, go back. Smithfield, yeah. Where's Halfpenny? Right. So I lived around here. Didn't help that Games Workshop was like right here. So all my Warhammer needs were set. And there's a great place called the Grand Social here. Loved it. It used to be called Pravda. It was very Russian themed. But I would meet up in I'd meet up usually in the temple, which we saw earlier, and meet someone because it's like it's considered the most Americanized bar. There's the old Dubliner. Um, which they show as an average picture completely empty. What the fuck? Okay. Uh, and we would go to places. There's the key. We'd go to places. I usually take to the key first because it's the one place in Dublin that's guaranteed to have music playing constantly. Don't get food here. Have a pint. The music it varies. It goes from the standard like music that you've heard 1,000 times to a little bit of a spin to it to their own works. I always recommend whenever they have their own works going, they're trying something new and they should be rewarded with a bit of a tip. Almost everyone has like a little tip jar or a box. Sometimes they have the LPs here, standard stuff when you're a busker. Which I was very sad to realize there was no buskers in America. That's a nice little feature that you guys don't really have, where you go to a bar and you play music and you're rewarded with pints so you don't have to pay it yourself. They throw you sometimes a little bit of money, but for the most part, when you're busking, you'll get free drinks and free food and occasionally a bit of free money. But you're just basically going around playing it. Um, Lady, my partner, she actually, when she was a kid, she was a part of a traveling thing for a while where she was a busker, and her parents would put some like leave a hat out, and people would just throw money in towards them. Which was it's a nice learner if you get a good crowd, and the key always have crowd, and a good trick of that is because they always have music. It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know. After that, we tend to go down to well, there's the temple. Now, the thing with the temple is it's very popular, but they don't have the room. So if you don't like crowds, I wouldn't recommend it. Um, they also then, I personally think, no, that's the Vat House. It's gone too far. Around here somewhere, Crowbar. Crowbar is fairly new. I kind of like it. That wasn't there. You keep going down here. Fitzsimon's. I'd often take them to. Um, but there's a few down. Oh, now here, the old storehouse used to be called Eamon Dorans, and Eamon Dorans was a great place for some really good like food and drink. That's a weird picture of it because they've just I don't know, it doesn't look right. But you go in the front side of it, and over here was at one point the second best pizzeria in Dublin. Now it's like a cafe. But you used to be able to get your pizza and go inside there, and there used to be a band playing. That was a great place I'd recommend people. Uh, the pub crawl itself would eventually be like maybe 4 hours. And if you have one pint in each, you're not going to be shit faced. But most people will start. There's the Mongolian barbecue. I don't know if Bill Portley's in the chat, but he remembers this. If anyone else remembers the Mongolian barbecue from a stream I did years ago, um, it was I don't know, like it was a good little like circuit I did. Um, the Norseman, of course, if you were on the Viking tour, you'd go to the Norseman. I never went to the Norseman because, well, it was the Viking tour, so yeah, like I'd be spotted and called out. Um, the problem with the tours though is that everyone always wanders off at some point. So don't spend too much. Just do it to start your night and then maybe end it. Like, what do you think your limit would be? Like 5 pubs, 6 pubs?
If I'm doing a pint at one pub, I could probably do 6 or 7, and then like it's time for bed.
Yeah, I think I don't know any ones that do like up to like that many, but I'm sure there are. Well, hell, the I saw the Viking list, Viking pub crawl. Oh, it would also go to a place called the Merchant's Arch. I used to live out of that place. Um, yeah, generational pub crawl. Jesus. Um, that's literally over the Merchant's Arch. Like, I absolutely loved it. It was originally a steakhouse, and they converted it into a Merchant's Arch. They converted it into this. That's downstairs. The music downstairs is the same trad music you'll hear tons of times, but I have so many stories from sitting here. But more importantly, sitting upstairs. The flight of stairs, yeah. Oh, they've added it. It used to be very minimalistic back in the day. That's still downstairs. Show us upstairs. There we go. Oh, they've changed it. They've changed it since I was there. Christ, it used to have this. I think I can still find pictures of it. This sort of Beetlejuice inspired paint job on the walls, and then all local artists who every Sunday have an arts fair out in the park would go into out there to sell their wares. They put their stuff on the wall. It would be very, very, very sort of cool, and I've had so many great memories here. Crap ones too, but that's also where I started a lot of my adventures that I've talked about on the show over the years. And there used to be a woman out in the front here that I used to talk to all the time. She was from Brazil. She was a tiny lady, very, very fun. Um, Marguerite, I think her name was. Also, this is one of the few times here in Merchants Arts, one of the few times ever I've been on TV. Somebody was doing like a documentary on the history of Dublin, and you can see me just quickly walk behind them in the background. Um, oh God, this is making me all nostalgic and shit. I need to pee as well. Hold on, the fort, and I will be right back. And we can watch something good. I return you late.
Oh, you're back? Okay, sweet.
Yeah. You're not the only one who's quick. Um. Yeah. No, that was. I'd love with some company to do a stream where I can just show. This is good. Where I can just show I can show like my old haunts and things like that because I've done stuff like that before.
I used to do that all the fucking time with my friends.
Uh, we used to do weird things. Whenever I'd have a drink and I'd go to the toilet with my friends, I'd come back and I'd notice they had a weird taste to it. And sure enough, people threw whiskey in on top of it. If I ever had a beer, they'd always throw whiskey in on top of it. And I was like, yeah, it tastes good. Why? Someone throw whiskey in? And the answer is yes. Like I always thought like that was a weird thing for them to add. It was just um I did make Skittlebrow once though. That was a you know what Skittlebrow is?
I do not.
So from The Simpsons, or oh, I'd love to show it, but YouTube. Um, so Skittlebrow is a joke idea. Homer came in to the Quickie Mart from The Simpsons, and he's like, "Do you have that beer with the Skittles floating in on top?" And Apu's like, "Mr. Simpson, I think you imagined or dreamt this." And he's like, "Okay, could I get a six pack of I don't know, a six pack of beer and a pack of Skittles?" Like he was gonna make it at home. So I made it one day, and oh my God, it is so. I think this guy's making it. Is he? Let's see. I don't want to. Because I'd show this, I'd show the clip, but YouTube probably wouldn't like it. No, I forgot the Facebook info. Video. How to make skill. Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm after.
Hello, my friends, and welcome. It is Drunk Pokeroo time. It is beer time. It is Halloween. Halloween candy time. So that, of course,
I made that for like 5 or 6 weeks every time we went out to Flipper McGee's. Oh, it was so frothy.
leads to the ultimate fat guy beer time, which is Homer Simpson, which is Skittlebrow. So I purchased Skittles. I purchased Brow. We'll now see what happens when I mix.
Is that literally called lowbrow? Is there an actual beer called lowbrow in the States?
I am not aware
I
of
do
it.
not know the exact ratio of Skittle to Brow. I'm hoping more Brow than Skittle, but we shall see what happens when you.
What I did is I got a pint of Budweiser because I thought that was the closest thing to Duff because Duff is Budweiser in all but name. And I put in for the pint 8 or 10 Skittles. And I think that might have been a bit too much.
Add Skittle to Brow.
Like his collection. Yeah, yeah, look at them dissolve.
Well, my friends, we have added Skittles to our Brow. As you can see, it has created a torrent of crazy fluffiness. The head is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Let's drink. Cheers.
Fucking Skittlebrow, yo.
I literally can't get it fast enough. The beer is sweet to begin with. It's
Oh wait, one second. I've had Lodenbrow. Christ, I'm old.
yeah.
I've had this
look at
beer
it. I mean,
before.
it's just literally exploding over the top because of the Skittles. The sugar, the surface just gives the
this is all
CO2 a place to go crazy. Look at the size of that head. Anyway, there you have it, Skittlebrow. You got to drink it fast, which is a good thing because it's terrible. Although now I do have Skittles to eat, so there's always that. That's a very good thing. At least I have all these Skittles that I can eat. Mrs. Pokes up.
Skittles are okay. I prefer Starburst myself.
Upstairs, so I don't have to share with her, which is pretty awesome. But you know, Skittlebrow. What
are you doing?
Nothing. Just drinking some Skittlebrow.
One thing that I didn't know is Starbursts are a UK thing, but they're big in the US.
Yeah, weren't they called something else? What were they called before Starburst? Or were they called Starburst first?
I have no clue. I just seen like UK versus US snacks, and it was David Schwimmer versus like some
Boxy,
British guy.
fruit flavored soft taffy candy. I've got there technically a candy. Starburst. Not juicy fruits. Opal fruits. Opal fruits. Brand name Opal fruit was phased out in 1998, followed by Ireland. By order standardized produced in global marketplace. Or supermarket chain Asda Opal fruits for a period. That's right. I remember that. Mars acquired Wrigley and transferred Mars non-chocolate candy brands Starless. Unwrapped originals. The thing with those is if you're in a rush, especially the sort of darker or the stronger ones, you can just eat them with the wrapper on. The wrapper is like so thin, it doesn't really make much problem. Oh, Opal Fruit name was revived again with Poundland. Oh, Poundland and Deals is the same place. And yes, Poundland is indeed called Poundland. Back when I was a kid, it was called Poundland or Pound World, which, yes. We didn't see a problem with it. It took us until we go to the States and people were like, wait, what? You call it? Poundland. You go to Poundland? Yeah, I go to Poundland all the time. Of course, you've got something called fucking Dick's Heart, a sportswear. So, I'm gonna get my balls in Dick's. Um, after, however, the euro was instituted, we didn't have a need to call it Poundland anymore, so we called it Deals instead. Well, we also called it Euro World for a while. That was also a thing. It didn't quite sound the same thing. And for the record, Deals is like a really, really useful place to go to if you're on a budget. You can pick up a lot really cheaply. Pound World store in Castleford, which was Poundland's closest competitor. Fucking hell. Also, don't ever listen to that. That is a lie. It was not always a euro, a pound, or a euro, or anything. Sometimes you'd have that little extra thrown on top. Like you couldn't buy one of those balls for a pound, for example. You'd buy unless they were on sale. You couldn't buy DVDs for a pound. And trust me, when they had shit DVDs, they had some shit DVDs. I'm talking about Starship Troopers 4. I'm talking about um, the really late era Jackie Chan movies. Like we're talking about some real bargain basement shit. Stuff you'd watch to review it and mock it for like a YouTube video. And that's about it. Um, I say that though, but I think some of my DVDs still on the shelves I got from a deal somewhere. Because it just transformed to deals. And it's good because the Z is in the title.
Oh, that's one thing I don't like about you guys. You say Z instead of Z.
We also say aluminium.
Yeah, I gotta talk to Red Eye about that.
He'll just call you a cunt. That'll be a term of endearment to you, right?
Well, yeah, that's the only thing that I like about you guys is like cunt. Okay.
Yeah, we're
Hello,
not afraid
friend.
to say it. It's the context. It's always the context that is the key. Like, let's be honest here. Oh yeah, I want to actually look. No King Copes. Well, yeah, we talked about it earlier. I haven't checked him out in a while. Yeah, the we use the term cunt far more liberally than you do, but we don't call women cunts unless we're pissed off at them, probably know them well enough, or are very drunk, or all three in some cases.
Or they're straight up cunts.
Yes. Otherwise, we'll call them pieces of shit because it's the same. It's the same principle. That's the thing. Like dick and a cunt is the same idea. If you're being a dick, you're being a dick. If you're being a cunt, you're being a cunt. But
Well,
one
that's
has
the biggest thing.
one has much more heavier connotation than the other.
Well, back in high school, I used to have I was very argumentative. It doesn't matter on
Topic.
the situation. But like people are like, "Oh, you're an asshole." Well, you're a fucking cunt, and they're just like, "Oh, you can't say that." I'm like, "You're a cunt." Oh, you can't say that. No, you're fucking cunt.
I will
And I
always.
was like the only person to say cunt in my high school.
I didn't call them a cunt, but a few days ago I matched up with someone on Plenty of Fish, and I'm like, ooh. So I started to talk to them, and I love their tattoos, and I'm like, oh my God, could you give me some like? I don't think I'm ever gonna get like tattoos personally, but there might come a situation where I want one. I mean, I'm indifferent to it. I just don't like the idea of getting a shit one. So I was asked like, oh, can you give me some pointers? And she's like, no. Maybe ask a professional. And the way she said it implied that like I need to see a therapist, and I'm like, well, I would, but my therapist is terrible at has a terribly shaky hand. And then I put a rim shot at the end, and she's like, fuck off. She just responds to me like, fuck off, and I'm like, okay. Now some people would be like, oh well, she's a cunt. I'm like, why was she so mean? I don't. Did I? Why did we match? Did she just want to throw shade? Did she want to yell at people? Like, what first impression did I do to put it off? But I know tons of people I watch. King Cobes, Cobes would call her a cunt. I'd just be like, that was odd. I don't think I did anything in our my two things of conversation to justify it. Unless, I don't know, maybe she was having Nam flashbacks to like her ex who opened up with the same thing or something like that. And how the fuck would I know if that was the case, you know? In which case, okay, there's some context. All I know is I'm never going to find out because I'm never responding to her again because clearly she's not interested, even though she matched me first. Okay, whatever. But it's like a confusion, and it's also something that you can't really if you were to try to defend yourself, you just make yourself look worse. If you were to try to throw shade at her, she could screen cap that, and I'd find like Walter Fate making fun of this random incel whose face is blurred, but I clearly recognize it as me. I'm like, you don't know the cunt. So it's just, but she was. I'm going to be honest with you. That's kind of a cuntish thing to do. I didn't say any. What you heard was our entire conversation. I'm like, why? Like, why are you acting this way? Like, I don't understand. And like I said, I'll never will. But that's a conversation. Like other times, I've looked women square in the eye. Actually, no, I think it's because you're a bit of a cunt. Like they had this idea set up in their head of why I don't like them. I'm like, oh, I bet you think I'm all pretentious and shit. No, actually, I think you're a bit of a cunt. And like they were genuinely like, I fucking knifed them in the heart. And you know what? Maybe to a degree I did. And I'm like, yeah, and I'll explain why. And you're just gonna have to fucking listen to why you gave me that impression. It's the same with my conversations with John Morgan, like which I once had on stream. Like impression is kind of key here, especially when it came down to dating, but even just like working with someone, you know. Like I imagine you've worked with people that you've changed your opinion on when after a while.
I don't even like it like if I'm working for them for like 2 days, if I get a notion of like, oh hey, if I like I'm kind of an asshole to you, but like jokingly, I'm gonna do that. But you're doing the same thing to me, so like at the same time, like I don't know what the fuck I'm getting at.
No, I am following this. Um, the like you're being a bit of an asshole and they're being a bit of an asshole, but you can read between the lines. They hey PPG, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody who you say hi to them and they are just a piece of shit to you. Or maybe you think they're being a piece of shit to you. Maybe you ask them how their day was, like fine, whatever. Like, God, I don't know. Or what? Why would you ask that? Or something like that. Something very simple or like direct. And then years go on and you realize maybe you misjudged them in some way. Like, has that ever happened to you? Because that's happened to me. Like, I've completely misjudged people, and people have massively misjudged me. The one I always point to is Pitmonk. When he first started talking to me, he had very different idea who I was in reality to what he had put in his head. Like, but I've also done that to other people. Like, I've learned to I've oh, God no, I can't remember. I guess the alcohol's starting to hit me too. I did this down 8.6 uh beer, so yeah, okay, that's gonna do it. Um, but yeah, I was asking you, like, do you know of any time like you were working with someone or maybe in school where you misjudged someone?
Not really. I'm fairly a good judge. You're either on my radar, which means you're a good guy, or you're a piece of shit and I don't give a fuck about you. And if I don't give a fuck about you, then I'm not gonna, try to like uh reach out and be like, "Hey, can you not be such a dickhead?" I just won't fucking reach out to you. I'm just like, if you're a dickhead to me or any of my friends, online or in person, you can go fuck yourself.
I like how my cursor's over Cobes and he's like, "Yes, King," saying it over and over again to you. Like he is 100% agreeing with you. Um, yeah, that's fair. Like I've been wrong about people and people have been wrong about me. More often than not, I I do kind of gauge someone well enough. But I mean, I always find that everyone always makes mistakes. And like I always remember when I worked in Dublin Airport, there was this guy who tried to get the gauge of me, like he tried to get the level of me, and our worlds came from so different places that he was shocked, for example, that didn't like football, like soccer. I know you can call it soccer over here, it's football, and it's kind of the life, it's kind of a part of the life. Hell, my roommate is barely ever um anything considered quote unquote normal, but he is obsessed with Liverpool. Like he is a hardcore Liverpool fan. I I've watched a few games and I've actually followed it, and I've been like, yeah, it's all right. I just don't think it is anything special. But for some people, it's their lives. As I know for a fact, some people in the States, football or basketball or fucking tennis. I know some people who are obsessed with tennis. Hell, not to throw shade at them, Red Eye. Red Eye seems to be a big fan of tennis. And love you, Red Eye. No shade. It's just I don't see the appeal beyond sometimes I'm in a pub and there's a tennis game playing and it's two attractive women going, and I'm like, okay, I can look at this for a little bit. Oh, look,
If
those skirts
if you
keep
close
flying
your
up.
eyes, it's basically lesbian porn.
Well, I think considering I normally sit right at the bar, if I were to close my eyes, I think the barman would slam his hand on the table, go, hands on the table at all times. We've had that problem before. Um, but no, like I don't see the appeal. Now, obviously, I'm trying to branch out. I'm trying to learn stuff. For example, in January, when I'm going to be going to New York, Which is a very shoddy way of saying that any donations given tonight would be greatly appreciated. Link in the doobly-doo. I am hoping to see a hockey game while I'm there. Most likely, though, I'm not going to because the prices are fucking insane. And I was actually talking to this with Ben on the last tap, and he said a hockey game is like entirely different compared to what you watch on TV. So I looked up online, and if I wanted a hockey game ticket next week, for example, it would be 2 grand. Like, no, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for a whole bunch of reasons. Principle. Let's start with principle as well as practicality. I just don't have 2 grand to spend on a hockey ticket. Especially because they weren't even the good tickets. They were the fucking the far away tickets. But I want to see a hockey game live, and I'd love to see a hockey game live. But if not, I'll watch it in a bar. And I know I liked
Uh,
it because I saw it in Chicago. I watched an entire game between I think it was Boston and Montreal in Chicago in a bar just before the pandemic, and I actually had a really good time. I want to do that.
ju- just a heads up, I've been to amateur hockey games in my state. There's two teams. It's a I'm blind as fuck, but it's this like black puck going from left to right, and these people are just like, I can hit that, and then it goes so far, and then it just like bounces off the wall. And I don't really like hockey. I understand it, but I don't really like hockey.
Anything in particular that you do like sports wise?
Um, maybe rugby. I don't understand rugby, but I mean, I understand that it's more physically demanding than actual American football.
Oh God, yeah, and it's ironically less deadly. Like you guys put all that armor on to protect yourself, and that armor tends to be the ones that result in you like losing all feeling from like the waist down, or there's a grave in like a local cemetery or like a football over it. Like your armor ruins it. It's also so much slower paced compared to rugby. I have a friend. She's been on stream once or twice. Caroline. She was actually a part of or she was a shore win for to go into the Irish rugby team for the female Irish rugby team, and she got a really bad shoulder injury that ruined her. So to this day, she can't like play it, but she's still obsessed with it. So we went out to Sligo to the place we actually filmed from in on Paddy's Day, the Swagmans, best place in town. If you're ever in Sligo in Ireland, best place in town. Also does great pizzas. Oh, the Black Goat pizza. Ooh. Um, but the when we were there, it was pretty packed, and it was the I think the Six Nations or whatever, or the Old Nations, and she was just obsessed with it, and I was like, okay, I can see the appeal, but it doesn't have the oomph that Americans ones do. And then I think back of all the times I was in a hotel bar or like a fucking dive somewhere in fucking Ohio or whatever, watching an American game, and I'm thinking like, no, it's not the game itself that I found interesting. It was all the glitz of ESPN. It's all like the biopic of the players and stuff like that. It's all the pundits go talking about this shit. It's all the promos. It's the halftime shows. The actual game itself, like everyone has to reset. It takes like 5 seconds and everyone resets to a new line, and everyone resets to a new line. It's so fucking slow. Rugby scrums do slow down games. Like everyone has to stop and then like everyone has to pull off. But the thing is, everyone is in fucking cotton, and they're just charging at each other to slam in, take the fucking ball, and run for as best I can. It's very rare you're going to get someone who's going to be running across the field like crazy, but I do see the appeal of it far more than American football. The same way anyone who actually knows soccer, because most people, Americans, have this still the stereotype. It's changing, but still the stereotype of soccer of this very slow-paced game. No, you motherfuckers invented baseball, okay? You don't get to say that. All right? Like, you want to talk about a slow-paced game? Why do you think everyone is shit-faced at the games? The only way you can enjoy it, which brings its own level of joy. Don't get me wrong. I remember Ben on the same time we were talking about the hockey stuff. Like he was eventually like he went to a baseball game and he had a drink and he talked to people and he just occasionally you'd hear the crack of the bat. It was that sounds really pleasant, cool and chill. I would like to go and watch a game like that, most likely while on some heavy sedatives. I just want to sit there going, ball go far, yay. They get wheeled out of there. Like, I don't, but I do see the appeal of each of these games. There's just some games I think do it better than others. There's actually, I think, a glut of games as of late. Like, there's so many games do the same thing.
Lev, what's your opinion on cricket? Because most of your viewers, including me, have no fucking idea how to play cricket.
I've met more fans who are defensive towards cricket than I have met actual fans. Like, in other words, like the actual fans will give a toss. They're like, yeah, it's just something I grew up with. I like it. The fans who are defensive about it are talking about the skill and the level of like control that's required. For me, I'm like, wow, this is boring as fuck, and I can't follow it. And everyone looks very wealthy, so I don't care. Like everyone is incredibly wealthy when they play because it's such an upper class game. Um, cricket.
It's a game for posh people.
It's a game for posh people. Bowls. I have more respect for fucking bowls, not bowling, but bowls. I have more respect for fucking polo and water polo at that. I learned to actually appreciate water polo from that terrible Enterprise show in the late 2000s because the captain there was obsessed with water polo. So sometimes he'd watch games and was like, "Is that what it looks like?" And I'd watch actual games and was like, "That's what it looks like, huh? Okay, okay. I mean, whatever." Like I always thought that gay guys were more into lacrosse, but fair enough. Um, but like I don't know, like there's it's very hard to get me on a sport, a real sport. I feel uh very hard to get me on a sport. Like the best example would be I fell in love with roller derby because I know so many lesbians. There's no other way to put this. Like a female roller derby is like I'd say about 40% gay or bi. Like it's so a giant teller. Like if a girl says I like roller derby, you're like, all right. I have this sister you'd like to meet. She's over there. It's been hard for her to get a husband, if you know what I mean. um,
If a woman was like, I'm into roller derby, I'm like, I have a cousin that doesn't like men per se. Are
you
you
hit it a bit.
interested?
You hit it a bit on the nose. But I've like my 20s were full of just hanging out with lesbians for the longest time. Oh my God, there's a code for it. For example, walking by two women who are lesbians, like, but they're really like presenting as lesbian. Oh my fucking Christ, they will stop and just stare at each other, but not say a damn word and just walk on. It's like they're gauging each other up. It's almost like watching two dogs prepare to fight, you know? Like, and I was like, are we gonna get violent? They're like, oh no, I think her outfit's really cool. But I noticed that, like, these days, a lot of like whenever I'm out with lady, some random girl will always stop her in the street and go, "I love your hair." I never find lesbians do that. I found dudes,
Peacocking lesbians.
yeah, they kind of gauge her up and go like, "I'll give you a 6, I'll give you a 7," and then they wander off. Um, I also remember like the ones that seem to like roller derby, regardless of whether or not they're gay or bi or whatever, they always seem to be very on the shorter side. They're a little bit of short stacks going on. Squat, they're dwarfs, like fantasy dwarfs without the beards, and they're just like they're going along. Well, technically, I suppose I'd be the beard in that case, but like whenever they would like talk about it, they'd all be like 5 foot something, and I'm like, why? Then I think about it. Oh no, that would be a benefit, wouldn't it? Like a tall, lanky person doing roller derby would be nowhere near as useful as like a short little powerhouse, like skating along crazy. And that shit gets violent. Like teeth get blown out, and it's one of the main reasons I liked it. Um,
Well, my youngest aunt, she's 35-ish. She's not yet 40. She's the black sheep out of the whole family. Youngest of 9 kids. I'm the oldest of 5 kids from the oldest of 9. My mom is the oldest, so.
I've got that
But
meme of the girl looking at all the equations, like trying to process what you just said there.
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So my mom is the oldest of 9. I'm the oldest boy of the oldest 9 of
Oh,
my
okay.
mom.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
I get it
So
now. I get it. Thanks for the clarification.
but one of my aunts, she's not married. She's single. She's never been married. She's never done shit like as far as like dating and whatnot.
Yeah.
But she has played softball before, and I was wondering here and there growing up if she was actually lesbian. I wasn't quite sure.
Maybe she just didn't find the right guy.
I don't know.
Obviously I'm joking about that front. That's not how that works. And trust me, if it was, especially the older generation of lesbians and gay people, oh my God, they would just be like, "Yep, I'm done. I want to be considered normal now." But nowadays, it's far more okay, and I love that. I love the idea of people going, "Hey, it's okay to be me," and everyone else is like, "Yeah, yeah, maybe we should have figured that out sooner." But it comes with its own caveats, and there's always a pushback. Every revolution has a counter revolution, and counter revolutions tend to be fucking violent. I mean, look at all these anti-trans stuff, anti-gay stuff. Obviously, I don't want to bring the mood down, but it's very hard for them. But at the exact same time, like I was born in a generation that had generation that in Ireland it was completely illegal to be gay. But there were still open gay bars. The George is the most obvious one, the one I mentioned earlier. And the guards at this point just weren't raiding it. They weren't attacking it because it was already over. Like the age of being terrified of that stuff was over. Instead, the church was the one that was buckling. The church was the one that was getting raided and finding out that, oh, they're the pedophiles. Oh, great. Well, that's going to cause some friction. But now it seems that we're getting very slowly the pendulum swinging back as the conservatives are regrouping after, let's be honest here, a pretty great 2 decades of liberal thought. Ooh, that's the beer kicking in. Yeah,
Lev, did you ever watch Peaky Blinders at all?
I watched the first, I think, 2.5 seasons. When the guy who played Littlefinger showed up, with his accent hasn't changed one bit.
Oh yeah, that guy.
And
Yep.
the guy from Jurassic Park, he was killed at the end of it. Was the end of season 1, start of season 2? Neil something. The doctor from not
Oh, I know who you're
yeah,
talking about.
the
Yeah.
main dude, not Jeff Goldblum. Um, from Jurassic Park. Yeah, he was there with that really surprisingly good, but still a little bit on the nose northern accent. They weren't ready. The America wasn't ready for that because you had to wait for Dairy Girls.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like that was pretty prominent. That's a pretty prominent accent. That like not every Irish person has
No,
that
that's
kind
a
of accent.
northern accent, and Derry has its own inflections and stuff. So I just want to address PP making assumptions on Derby girls or the like for them? Question mark. Could be missing out. I'm an average height of 5'4", but they also put the skull next to it. Hey, PP we stand short kings here, or queens for that matter. Like, don't hell, you're technically if you're a queen, then technically you're a short stack, which is definitely a hot commodity. But it's true. No, we are making assumptions. I'm not saying that every single fucking woman in roller derby is a lesbian or short. Just the ones I've always met always are short lesbians. But I'm not making the correlation that every one of them is. There, that is the stereotype, though. You have to admit just like every Irish person is a drunk, and I'm talking, and I'm an Irishman who is drinking and is known to have a drink, which would imply me to be a drunk. Uh, I am not the. I don't look like the average Irishman, and trust me, I am not considered the Irish Irishman by the bulk of people. Um, but yeah, sorry. Go on. You were talking about Peaky Blinders.
Well, no, that just one example. I do love accents. I do love languages. I do love the history of like last names. Like, oh, Ivar Iverson. Okay, so you're the son of
Of Ivor. Yeah.
yeah,
So in our day,
or
we'd call it Ivor the second.
or like shoemaker. Oh, like that's English. So you're the son of a shoemaker.
Back in the day, before the coming of the the Normans, where they brought the European style of last names, it used to be based off where you were born. So, if you were, for example, didn't have a family of note, you would be, for example, Rolf of Rolf of Nottingham. Later on, if you say got a family title of yourself, you'd settle down in a town, or you'd build a town called, I don't know, let's call it Rumfold. And you build up the village, and you become the head of the dynasty, the founder of a dynasty, and you become Rolf Rumford. That's yeah, like but then of course you could apply that to the working people as well, the craftsmen. Fletcher, Mason. It also applies to also Irish names. Irish names. A lot of the Irish names that we take for granted actually mean the same thing: stonemason or woodcutter or what's another common one? Stalwart is one major one. I think it's Quigley. Is it Quigley? Is Quigley like strength of the oak? Um, I remember once there was someone in my class and I remember once there was someone in their class, they didn't know where their name came from, and our teacher explained that their name was an old Irish and Welsh name that meant strength of the oak. And I don't remember what the name was, but the point is that, like, yeah, the root names are are impressive. Like if you had a name called Archer, for example, there's a good chance that someone in your family was, if you go back far enough, an archer. Or um, Smith. Smith is probably the most obvious one. Well, that good chance.
Smith in many countries was taken over because people are like, okay, I'm going to change my last name to Smith so I can get a job.
Yeah, when you came in on Ellis Island and your name is Zaworski Skonuski, they're like, no, no, trust me, buddy, you're not going to get a job with that. Your new name is John Smith. And there we go. There's the most common name in America, John Smith. It's true. Like it happens to this day. Like a lot of here's a good example. A lot of Chinese immigrants, their names are just borderline unpronounceable. And I should know because we actually housed one on a cultural exchange sort of thing when I was younger in Dublin. And I don't know his true name. He explained it to us once. It's like Wow Shi or whatever. But he says, no, just call me Caelan. He wants me known as Caelan, which is a very Irish name. Or a very sort of Anglo-Saxon meets Irish sort of name. King Caelan from Dragon Age, for example. But it's an old name, and he was obsessed with like European culture and stuff like that. He wanted to be known as Caelan, so that's what we called him. We called him Caelan. But we met his parents, and his parents was like, "You, XU." I couldn't pronounce the second name. I can't even remember the second name. And his mother, I can't even. They were lovely people, wealthy, wealthy people. Apparently, his dad owned a factory in Canada. Um, and like the money, Christ, they were so. They actually, I just want to stop and say that his parents were so surreal. They came over for 2 weeks. I was living over in Dublin, in my first apartment at this point. But every time I come back, my ma would tell stories. For example, she woke up and went downstairs to make them breakfast. And not only had they made their own breakfast with food that they provided themselves, they cleaned the entire kitchen. And they were sitting patiently for her to arrive. And they had made her breakfast. This is all before 7 in the morning. Like, Jesus Christ. They were so polite. Which is weird because I'm going to be honest with you, Ken was a bit of a cunt. Like he was a bit of an asshole. If my roommate was awake, he'd be able to tell you some stories because he was already living in my old room at the time. That's by the way how we met. When I moved out, he moved in because he was a local guy who needed a place, and my man knew his sister, and it was a whole long story. But like the point is that like some names just don't translate in the same way, and some names just go off in completely like weird ass ways. Like Native American names, I always thought was very fascinating because most names correlate to like something that happened in your the day you were born, or something that your parents like put on top of it.
Well,
And I thought it was
it's
very
the
fascinating.
same with slave names too, like Morgan Freeman. Do you really think that someone that is a slave would be named Morgan Freeman? No, he was a
Yeah,
free man.
that's true. I didn't actually think of that. Because when I think of slave names, I always think of Roots, and there was a running gag, or if you can call it a gag in a show like Roots, of all the slave masters at the time having this penchant to calling their slaves from something from antiquity. So Ajax was apparently one of the characters' names, and his name was Ajax. You know what? If I met a fucking Ajax, I'd be intimidated as a rule. And if it turned out it was his second name, that'd be still fucking impressive. Like, I don't know, like I
Well,
thought it'd be interesting, but
like I said, I live in the Midwest, so you got the Lakota Sioux, Dakota Sioux. It's there's three actually different tribes. It's Lakota, Nakota, and Dakota. And uh fuck, what's his name? Tyler Big Crow. I worked with him at a restaurant, and Big Crow's is the last name, and there's a couple of them. It just in my work, just at
Now,
work.
was that a given name or a family name? Like, was that a name that you inherited, or did he earn that name through, like, for example, a Vision Quest or something related to his Earth, or what was going on?
Well, I haven't gone down that road yet, so I don't know if it's a white guy or if it's the white history. Like, you gotta stick with this last name. But
Oh, so it'd be kind of like an adopted one as they try to fit in, but just having the name Big Crow.
yeah. So his last name is Big Crow, and
Does he have
I
like
I'm
his native? Sorry to keep interrupting you. It's just that I find this stuff really fascinating because ever since I watched Ken Burns' The Civil War back in the 90s, like a lot of the tribal stuff, I find really interesting because it's so different, but it's so personal as well. Like a lot of times the way they described it was very sort of like, oh, I went on a vision quest, and you can put that off as like, oh, well, I met tons of California girls who went off on vision quest when they took some peyote, and they ended up in Coachella. That's not how they describe it, and I find that really like because like this is such a personal thing. So like, did he ever find out that he like what his
No, okay.
native
So
language?
in South Dakota, compared to the state population, the state area, in South Dakota, we have the most reservations as far as area goes.
I thought that was Oklahoma.
And yes, but as far as area, it's South Dakota. We have the Rosebud Reservation, which has very, very bad reputation of just random ass dogs attacking people. That was probably about 5-6 years ago. We have casinos, of course, like every other reservation. Um,
Not in the
but
ones
as
where states have it as illegal to gamble, though, right?
no, it's always legal to fucking gamble.
No, in states where it's illegal to gamble, because like there are states where it is illegal. So like, how do they? Because I know reservation law can be different, but if your state law supersedes reservation law, right?
No.
Oh,
Because there's actually a gentleman's club, and the only thing it's on the reservation. The only thing that they have to deal with is BYOB, and since they're on the res, they can get away with that, but they can't serve alcohol. But it's like 30 miles from the nearest town.
yeah, you got to. I imagine they have like a little hotel or something or motel nearby where you can kind of live out.
No, it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's
Oh,
fucking
shit.
trailers.
So someone has to basically be the designated driver.
Yes, it's fucking white trash, Midwest kind of stuff.
It like I have to ask like have you ever like heard them like speak their own language or
Okay, yes, yes, I have. Okay, so I call him my grandpa. He's not really my grandpa. Um, he married my grandma, and my mom was born in South Carolina. She got knocked up by a native. I haven't heard the story. I don't know anything about that. But my grandpa was in what was it? Vietnam or Korean War or something like that. He was in the military, and he married my grandma. And he was like really big into Native American culture. and that's how I grew up. Like he had a book. He had several books about Native American Native American dictionaries, and I would fucking go through those. I don't know any of it now. I can't remember it now, but it was pretty cool.
I do love hearing their language describing, for example, their names and then how it's translated. You know, like waking cloud, walking bird, um, uh, walks among the hills, some really interesting stuff. Because like how did they reach these names? Like how did they get to these titles? Because for me, I was born. I've never hid my name. My name's Dylan Payne, and DY. So there's two stories going around mine. My ma says I am named after a uh, her grandmother who was from Wales, and which means that technically, yeah, I have a little bit of Welsh in me, which I never really think about too much. But I mean, it's Wales. Oh no, what are they going to do? Throw a fucking pasty at me or something? Get in line. The Cornish have the first rank. Ooh, but uh, her grandmother or her great aunt was Welsh, and she always loved the name Dylan, which is you can swap the name out for genders. My dad claims it was after Bob Dylan, but the thing is, he hates Bob Dylan's music, so you wouldn't name a son after Bob Dylan. So that's it. But I mean, I didn't get to choose the name, and I could switch it anytime I want. I just never thought of it. I do like it. I also like nowadays, but in high school, I absolutely hate it. In high school, I had you'd call it high school, we call it secondary. You got primary, secondary, and then you got further education, which would be like technical colleges, universities.
Yeah, college.
Yeah. Although we have something you guys don't, which of course is the gap year, which is just the last year before you do your finals, which is the last test you have to do in quote unquote high school. And if you are a part of like a trade, you know, metal work, woodwork, boat working, anything that requires like a lot of effort, you can start your own separate journey there. I always compare it to because there are still some guilds in Ireland, um, and definitely in the UK that will include that. Um, you're basically gonna become an apprentice to like a craftsman and stuff like that. So they spend that time off. There was some guy in my class who did that. He said his uncle was a carpenter, I do believe, and he wanted to bring him in. So he was planning to eventually leave that. But back to like Norman medieval English. Like the Paynes can trace their ancestry back probably to going over on the boats with Norman the Conqueror. You know, like we have some we probably have some heavy ties. But in America, we'd flex this like crazy. In Ireland, we're like, yeah, I don't know. At some point, we were a bunch of knights who killed a bunch of people. I don't care. Like it's not exactly a yeah. Yeah, it's just
Like some mob shit. Pain.
yeah, Payne, which of course Thomas Paine. No Paine, no, he had an I. Yeah, that's the thing. Like they're the anglicized. But yeah, it's it definitely yeah. I noticed that with the mob shit in particular. Like a lot of Italian Americans will have a family who are connected to the mob. I technically have connections to the Cray brothers, their little routine, which was him
Oh, you talking about the Cray brothers? Okay,
out of
go
London.
for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So my dad said his dad would occasionally drive trucks when he first came over to the UK. I've explained the story of him fleeing Hitler in the 30s. Um, my dad said in the after the war there was a lot of work going around if you knew where to look, and he got himself a driving job. And every once in a while, the Krays, well, not the Krays, literally not Ronnie and Reggie would knock on his window, but someone would show up and hand him an envelope and say, "We're going to put something in the back, and you're going to say everything that we are going to tell you to say." He's like, "Yeah, of course." So he drove over, he dropped stuff off, he came back, he opened up, and there was like 3 weeks worth of pay in that envelope. And he did that for a few years, on and off, until one day something happened and the guy didn't come around with the envelope anymore. That was it. Like that was he was just a driver for the craze at one point. He was running drugs, he was running guns, he was running people. He didn't care. He just drove. But I mean, he wasn't alone. There was even like 20, 30, 50 guys like him across London after the war. That's just the way it is. It's not something to flex. Well, it's not something to flex about, but it's a little noticeable thing that my granddad worked for the Crays. But it's cool that you know who the Crays are.
Oh yeah, Legend, or the Legend or whatever. Fuck, what's his name? The guy that played fuck. I know his name, but I can't think of it.
Give me the movie.
Batman Returns.
Okay.
Fuck. What's his name?
Don't worry, Colbs. We'll get to you in time. You're our big
Shit.
boy. We love you too.
Shit.
Oh God. What, Val Kilmer?
No, he played a villain of Batman.
Batman
fuck.
Returns. Penguin.
No, the newer-ish ones. Fuck.
Oh,
Tom Hardy.
Batman
There we
Returns.
go.
Oh, Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was still like, so what's his connection?
Well, no, he played Reggie and Ronnie.
Yes. Yes. Did he play them both?
Yeah, he played them both.
All right. Well, I know the movie you're talking about. I just didn't think that would include that. I need to pee once again, so I will hold on. I'll ask you to hold on the fort. I want to see what the snack review is. Let's see what this is after. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, folks.
Yes.
Oof. Cobes time. Tim Curry. I wonder what Tim Curry's connection to the craze were. Knowing Tim, he'd be like, well, I don't want to brag, but I might have entertained one of them at one point. Yeah, one of them was gay, but I always remember in the movie Layer Cake they had their version of Ronnie and Reggie, which is weird because they were even he was even crazier than Ronnie and Reggie. So they were in the same universe, but it was the same character. But um he had sex with guys, and I always remember the actor who played O'Brien in Star Trek, he's like, gay. He was never gay. The way he always put it was, and I cut to him going, sleeping with women is for puftas. You know, like, which apparently is what either Ronnie or I forget which one. Seeing that you know, Crow, which one of them was gay, Ronnie or Reggie?
I think Reggie. There was one point where they met the Italian mafia in Vegas.
In the pool hall. No, they met him in
Yep.
they met him in the pool hall. They never left, if I'm right, the UK. They always just stayed in the UK, but they had an Italian representative come over to him.
Yeah, and a fucking Reggie was like, I, I like boys. I like men.
Yeah.
And the fucking Italian Don was just like, what? Oh, you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
Fucking like that. Fucking like that.
Yeah, obviously in the mob, they if you said that, I mean, hell, The Sopranos, big spoilers if you haven't watched The Sopranos, but Big Puss turns out to be gay. You can't trust a gay guy. Bang. Which is so fucking stupid. One of the best things along that in The Sopranos was why don't guys go down on girls? Well, a real man doesn't go down on a girl because if he does, that makes him weak and that makes him gay. Like, what? What the fuck logic is that? And every character who isn't like in the mob asks that. They're like, "Wait, what? That's the most stupid thing I've ever heard." Like, you don't eat a girl out because that would make you gay. Like gay guys wouldn't, of all the things in the world, they wouldn't want to eat a girl out. Like, for the ones that are obsessed with the physicality, there's plenty of gay guys who don't care. Stephen Fry, for example. Stephen Fry says he's had sex with more than one woman. In fact, I love his first book he made about himself. Um, he had sex with a girl in like an attic for his first time. And as he says, it physically works perfectly. I just couldn't feel about her anything more than a friend. Like for him, it was all connection, and not just physical connection, but like personality connection. But for guys, he kind of feels like top of the world. Um, but like it's so like real gay. It's just like I know, like I said, I know tons of lesbians, and tons of lesbians have great stories about fucking dudes. Every once in a while, a lesbian was still like, you know what, I kind of want some dick right now, but eh. they kind of all go, eh. It's like the physicality is not the focal point of it. It's why there's so many lesbians that are dating trans women. It wasn't about the physicality. It was about the emotion. It was about the personality. It was about the vibe. Like that's the thing, and it's also about the fact that you just are born the way you're born. For example, Cobes here is born the way he was born. He grew into his look, but he was always going to be Cobes.
Recipe 427.
Let's back it back.
Check these out.
Wasabi peas. Finally, he eats some vegetables. Took him long enough.
Well, most of wasabi is just fucking colored horseradish.
Not
no,
yeah, a lot of wasabi you get, yes, but you can also get real wasabi from Japan if you're willing to pay for it. And that shit, I've seen that shit be made. There's whole documentaries on it. That shit is fucking potent, and it's made good quality.
Yeah, but Cobes is not gonna fucking pay for that.
Oh no, not at all. I don't want to imply that. It's just that I watched someone a while back on stream. I know this too, where they had. Oh, it was the ordinary sausage guy. He got the standard bog standard wasabi you get in the store, and then he got real wasabi on side. By the way, find a documentary on wasabi making and the sake documentary on YouTube. Not YouTube, Netflix. Both of which they're really like if you like just seeing how things are made. Like, I'm a big fan of that show. How's it made? Like, it's just very interesting. Like the little things we take for granted. Like how the fuck was this cap from a thermos a thermal cup made? You know, like you would have had to go in. But what about the machine that made that? What about the machine that made that?
The weirdest snacks available. Creative Snacks Co. Recipe 427. Wasabi peas.
Pea.
I've been snacking on these.
Peas.
And I'm liking the heat from that green wasabi flavor. Yes, please.
If this gets them to eat vegetables, I'm happy. Like if you throw a bunch of wasabi on top of it, I am like it's kind of like a kid because he needs some healthy choices in his life, right? Even just a little bit. I mean, I'm getting big into beans right now. What's what's wrong with some good old-fashioned beans? Beans is a lot of good uses, and you can throw some spices on top, you know?
Green wasabi you get in sushi restaurants isn't authentic sushi.
Yeah, actually it is because authentic sushi was actually made in California. The very first sushi was the Japanese are the first to point this out. It is a Japanese immigrant sort of way to convince Americans to eat Japanese food. If I'm right, the what is it sashimi? And they were like, well, what if we roll it up into a little ball? Americans like little easily consumable things, so like chicken nuggets, for example. So why don't we do it with sushi? And they tried the rolls and like, oh, actually, this doesn't taste too bad, and that's how it started.
They got something like California rolls, right?
Yeah, yeah. The California rolls are like the default thing when you think of sushi, the black roll with the sushi and things inside. Um, and it grows out from there. Once you try that, you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. I always remember the first time I introduced my ma to sushi, we got this stuff ordered from the new at the time the new restaurant that opened up in town, and when it showed up, um, I had eaten sushi enough times to lay it all out. Uh, I looked around, and she's so used to Chinese food that she just dumped everything into a big pile. Every bit of sushi into a big pile in the center. And I'm like, okay, you can do that too, I guess. I mean, it's all going to the same place, right?
Wasabi like paste. Authentic sushi from Japan isn't green like you see in the restaurants, but nonetheless, it is still delicious, and it adds
It is delicious. It has a fucking potency to it.
that final note of flavor when you're biting into some delicious sushi. You get all the textures and the flavors from everything in the roll, and then boom, you're hit with that like spicy, delicious burn of spicy goodness.
You are right though, like horseradish is kind of the same thing, just slightly different colored.
It's green. I like the texture of that and the color.
I don't think it's weird he's eating it raw though.
I've been snacking on these YouTube, and these bastards are spicy. You get a handful of it, you know what I'm saying? They're hot.
Dude, don't do that. We can make the assumption that you're chewing. Cobes. Give us a rant, Cobes.
What's up, YouTube?
Teach us of your ways.
It's your boy Cobra back at it with another video. So having a baby in today's society sucks because everyone's way too politically correct.
That's why it sucks. It's not climate change, massive inflation. The fact that if you have a kid, there's a good chance you're never going to achieve what you want in life unless you want to have kids, in which case, congratulations, know what you're going to do with it. Oh, you're going to get a house? And, oh, no, you're not. Are you going to send them to college? Oh, no, no, you're not. No, the important thing is politically correct.
You and your wife are starting a family, and
Wife. What about husband? You ever talk about a husband? What about you being the wife and your other wife? What about just your partner?
you're telling everyone she just gave birth to a baby boy. Instead of saying congratulations, it's excuse me. Don't assume your baby's gender. What?
Cobes, no one outside of like 5 people on the internet, and they're most likely like 22 at oldest, will think like this. Everyone else will be like, oh, congratulations. For example, earlier tonight, I misgendered Christian, not intentionally, but just out of habit. I tried to occasionally say she, and I did, but occasionally I called they. No one's canceling me. No one will cancel me. This is fucking stupid.
What if they're trans? And you look at them like,
Then that's their decision to make. Ideally, when they're old enough to understand the differences, but they'll know when they know.
you're an effing idiot. They're not even old enough to comprehend gender. Don't assume they're trans. And they look at you and call you a bigot, and you're just like, hey man, I support trans rights, but what you're doing is weird. Flash forward to today, now, dogs
Oh, that's when. That's when we were doing it.
have pronouns.
Yes, some dogs probably do have pronouns. Most likely good and boy. Boy is probably the negative and good is the positive.
That's right. Have you talked to your dog about their pronouns, YouTube? They could identify as a transracial cat. You wouldn't know. I wonder how that's going to work out.
The day dogs have that level of intelligence is the day that our genetic manipulation of their genome has borne fruit and they have become sentient. Cobes is angry because babies born today will be born in the world of pronouns. By the way, that's what he's mostly going on about.
God damn it! I fucking hate people.
People are awesome. Other people aren't. There's 8 billion of us. Billion. Our brains can barely fathom that number. There's a lot of nuances. You'll find the nuance that works right for you, and you'll find plenty of nuances that don't. My advice, don't get jaded by stupidity, especially stupidity so watered Bud Light down that's like like Cobes. Cobes, if anything, you look at Cobes and you're like, oh, I. He's not done anything to hurt anyone. He's just sad. But you know what? As far as sad people go, he's also kind of successful. He makes more money doing streaming than I ever will. And he's also got a successful side hustle. He has genuine fans, people who actually like what he likes to do. He's doing all right for himself. It'd just be nice if he fucking noticed that and maybe had a shower more than once a month.
Like, you're walking your dog in the dog park. You're
Right.
taking a walk with your dog. You see a fellow human with their dog, and you comment, that's a nice looking dog you got there. What breed is it? And they flip out because
No one's ever done this, Cobes. No one probably ever will. If they do, the context will most likely be very different. His wands, yes, his wands. He sells his wands.
Their dog does not identify as a dog. They identify as a transsexual cat. How dare you, you bigot? And it's like,
This is the same, by the way, this is the same joke that Futurama did with teaching the lion to eat tofu, and it cuts to the lion barely able to alive, like barely alive, going, "Ah, ah." Um, which, for the
yes.
record, the lion would be okay with eating tofu if there's enough protein in the tofu. So you'd need some high focus tofu. That shit, ironically, would have to be infused with meat. Like you'd have to put like meat juices basically in, cook it in meat. Although I also like the idea of someone injecting a bunch of like pork fat into tofu. Ha! Time to pwn the libs. You ate a bunch of bacon, Peter. Ha ha.
Sorry. It's no different when you walk up to these humans and they're just like, or aliens or whatever the fuck they identify as, right? How was your day? How you doing today, sir? How you doing today, ma'am?
The weird thing is, like, Cobes looks like the sort of person who would support other kin. And he's throwing shades at people like this. Like, it's not an issue. There's been nearly 200 deaths as a result of mass shootings in America. How bad is climate change? You know, what's inflation doing? These are issues to focus at. Roe v. Wade getting overturned. Like, the war in Ukraine. The fucking lower, the fact that when you hit a higher level of sustainability, prosperity, that's the word I was looking for, in a country, the lower your birth rate goes until it starts stagnating. Like, these are things he could talk about, but he talks about what? Some random pink-haired quasi-transsexual monster in his dreams is going to be angry that you misgendered their dog. No one. I've known people who've been to San Francisco. It doesn't exist. It doesn't. It doesn't exist like this. It'd be great if he actually got out of Casper and actually got to see the world.
Excuse me? You just call me sir? Oh my god! And here comes a 10-minute spew about their pronouns. And you didn't ask for the spew, you were just trying to have casual conversation.
Genuine question, Crow. Have you ever, by accident or, I don't know, intentionally misgendered someone?
By accident, yes.
What was their response?
They didn't say anything.
Could you tell that you fucked up?
Yeah. After about 10 minutes, I was just like, "Shit, that's a female."
Did you try to correct a mistake?
I said they. I said them. Their. I really want to fucking shave all my facial hair after fucking seeing Cobes, though.
Hey, with enough effort, you too can have your tree beard, okay? But you have to, you have to pass by this era. The thing is, he could grow a beard too. He stops and shaves his beard exactly like that and thinks it looks good. Think about that. He makes an effort to look the way he does. It'd be simpler for him to turn into something closer to me, but he doesn't. Why? Because he thinks this is a good look. Like, what do you do with such hate and evil in the world?
With such hate and such evil and with such facial hair, I don't know what you got. You got a superpower.
I personally think pronouns are freaking annoying, and
I am the Scruffler. Oh no, it's my mortal enemy, the Scruffler. Hey.
add unnecessary
I'm gonna send 50 messages to a woman I like, but I'm gonna call her all the insults under the sun.
language to an already doctrined culture by language and systematic oppression.
Just get over the cheating. Yes, very true, people get. Yeah, there is a scrangly phase. Ideally, you want to stay away from cameras and publicity in that time. You're gonna fail. You have to go out and you have to get yourself shopping and you're gonna have to go to work and all that shit. It's gonna look weird, and it's also gonna itch. I found most men. Oh my God, the amount of Arab men love this. They fucking every time I go out in Dublin, there's always a moment. Hey, my friend, how do you grow this? I've been trying. I've been trying for so long. My friend, I want to know. I'm like, I just let it grow. Like I don't know shave it. And they're like, but but like, do you put oils in it? Yes, after a certain point, and they're like, it gets so itchy. It gets itchy at first. It doesn't get itchy after the fact. I am in a humid swamp right now, and I exercise at least once a day on half an hour on the treadmill. And that used to be when my beard was just growing in, the worst time. It would just be so bad. Now, nothing. You have to fight through that. And if you can't grow it past a certain point, then your job then is to make it look as good as you can. He doesn't. He has the center beard. He's got the goat thing going on here, right? In fact, I'm going to say it now. I think Cobes has a better mustache than I do. I'm going to turn the full camera on. I'm going to let you guys make the judgment call. I think his is fuller. He's got the fangs like I do, but his ones are bigger. So does TJ Kirk. That shit does not upset me because mustaches, far more than beards, are the bane of eating. But I can see a beard in the process of forming along the side here that every once in a while he shaves. Except for this part here. Like, look at that. He clearly keeps that going.
I don't know what to call that. It almost looks fake.
In society,
Let's see it from a different angle.
and all that other shit.
There's a little bit more. No, because you can see like pure white here, so that's skin. Shade. It's so blotchy. It's coming in at such weird angles. But he still fucking occasionally takes the razor to it. There's no other explanation. Maybe he goes and gets someone to do it for him, or maybe he does it himself. Doesn't matter. Oh, actually, no, he probably does it himself because, like, look at it. Like, it's so ridiculous. I don't see the appeal. Like, I'd look at that and I'd be like, right, off goes the side until it's nice and uniform, and then it will. Oh, here's one little touch. If you have a centerpiece, like Cobes does, and you have pure smooth along the side, I've been on stream looking exactly, not exactly like that, but with what I just described. In time, your sides will catch up with your center. You have nothing to worry about. It will, and you know what else? I've always liked that. I've always liked the idea of like two sides being smaller and your center being longer. I think that looks pretty damn boss. Because everyone always sees the best beards are like the Santa beards, like they're going right down to the center like a triangle, which still means you need two smaller ones and a bigger, taller one. It's just like he is so bad at what he does. Hey, Dirt. We're talking about the spider dog. Wait, were we talking about the spider dogs earlier? I was thinking of the spider dogs earlier. You know the spider dogs, anyway. Spider dog.
Back in the day, before the whole pronouns thing took off, if you would have called someone gay an it or a them or a they or an it, people would have been like, That's offensive, but there are people out there who identify as gay and they want to be called its. You think?
Yeah, I forget the term of it, but there are people out there who want to be simply identified as an it. In which case, okay,
Think to yourself, it's dehumanizing.
they want to be
I
dehumanized.
I brought up earlier. It wasn't in the stream, but Ace Ventura. I can't remember which one it was, but Einhorn and Finkel, Finkel and Einhorn. They're the same, and then you got all the cops just like throwing up in their mouths.
Oh, with the dick flip behind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and
So
every
I
guy,
mean,
yeah. I remember
we
when he
haven't.
discovers he had sex with a man, he spends like there's like a 5 minute scene of him just trying to get himself clean and he just can't. He's in the shower screaming and crying and it just
Yeah, so it's probably been about 20 years. We haven't gone so far like we think we have.
yeah, we acknowledge them. Like we look back at say like Friends showing gay people being like, "Hi," no, Sex in the City. Sex in the City being like, "Hi, I'm gay. I like penis." Oh, like that is so accurate to some gay people. And you know who they are? They're wealthy New York or LA gay people who had to play up being gay so they'd be more accepted in the crowds of writers and producers and directors of TV shows who eventually turn around, make shows, and go, hey, I want to make a gay character in this show because I want to show support to my friends. And everyone's like, oh, cool. Here he is. Hi. Who wants to stick it in my butt first? Like, it's so. And the same thing happened in reverse, too. Like, I'm an angry lesbian. I like wearing flannel, and I have a very boy's haircut. I probably have hair where most lesbians don't. There are lesbians like that. I've met them. I've even met man-hating ones. I always remember this one. She was like, I don't want to talk to him. I was like, did I do something wrong to you there, love? Don't call me love. No, I will. What did I do wrong to you? I don't like men. I don't like bitches. You're a bitch. And that was it. That was the conversation. I walked off. Like, I understood straight away. Like, I don't like men. I'm sorry if something terrible happened with men with you, but hell, there's a Robin Williams film where his mother ran a oh, what was the name? It was like a house for women who were like abused by men, and there was this one like super over the top stereotype of like a man hating lesbian. Here's the thing, it's a stereotype. Yes, there's some truth to it. Trust me, I've been online enough. I've seen it. I've read the Scum Manifesto. But what Cobes thinks the reality of the world is not the reality of the world. It's not the reality of Casper. Notice he never talks about his time going out to the bars. You know why? Because he's been barred from every bar. In Casper, he's been barred from every single bar and anywhere that serves alcohol. The last place I think I saw him was like 2 years ago. He was eating a burger someplace.
Well, that's the thing with stereotypes. I mean, there is some truth, but no, it's not 100% truth.
I've seen a French man on a bicycle in Paris with a beret with a garland of garlic around his neck. No, and he had the shirt on with the multi like the 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 blue and white over and over again. I've seen it. It's real. You know what? That does
Was
not.
he riding a penny farthing?
No, he was not riding a penny farthing. He was riding a regular bike. They don't ride penny farthings when they do that. That's not the stereotype. Now, if he had a top hat and he was in like an overcoat and he had like a monocle on with a huge pipe as he was cycling, then if he was in London, that would work. That would work. But he was in Paris and he was the stereotype of France. And you know what? When you're in Paris, they are as rude as the stereotypical French are. Oh my God, I could be here all day talking about Paris, and I have, and I will. And I will say this: Paris is a shithole. Fuck Paris. It is my most despised city on the planet. Um, if it
I've never been, but I do agree with you. I do not like the fucking French accent. It sounds like they have peanut butter on the top of the fucking roof of their mouths. It's just it's fucking horrible.
truth, Combs should socialize more. In all fairness, he is stuck in Casper, Wyoming. What he needs to do is use all the money he gets to go on a. When was the last time Combs went on a vacation? When was the last time he went to LA or New York or Ooh, Combs in Chicago would do very well. Not in the way that most people think. Like he would be shot down after 5 seconds. But Combs in Chicago would open his eyes to a bunch of different people having a bunch of different fucking opinions. He's in a place that even by American standards is fucking like by Irish standards I should say is fucking tiny. Casper, Wyoming. It's a place on the map you see in American Trucker Simulator. You know, like you go up to Wyoming, you go to Casper, it has nothing to offer. I've seen enough of the footage from the documentary of him back in the day cycling around. All you can do is get shit faced and leave Casper. It's a gloomy, dark, sad place. Here's the thing, Cobes, you make a shit ton of money. Instead of spending 80, 90, $100 on some fucking pizza, for 2 or 3 weeks, put some money aside, and then go to fucking Texas, go to fucking LA, go to Seattle, go to Chicago, do something. Hell, you can't be that far away from fucking Omaha, and I highly recommend Omaha Zone Market. It's a lovely place, and you'll meet some very cool people there. Some very shithole people too, but that's life. And you'll be happy, and you could probably still grab the last bus back anyway. But instead, he stays in his room because no bar in town will have him because he's a fucking piece of shit, and he'll just complain, and it's sad, and he to the point where he doesn't have any interactions with people anymore. That he just becomes this. He looks out online, he makes the broadest assumptions, and thinks that's reality. And the only good thing about him is that no one takes him seriously. So he doesn't have like a cadre of fans who are like, Combs is speaking truth. I need to shoot up a fucking mall. You know? Um, Combs on tour? Yes, Combs on tour. I would fucking love some Combs on tour. Hell, if he was to head to Seattle, Billy and Ben would have put him up. I guarantee it. I want him still as our DM for our first low energy D&D.
He
But
would be an awesome dungeon master.
You know what? You're right. I have to remind him. Hey, Cobes. Great. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about his topics tonight. We're gonna watch the rest of it. We'll probably hate about 90% of it. I don't care. I'm going to bribe the motherfucker. We want him as our DM. Anyway, go on. He would be a great DM, but go on for that.
That's all I gotta say. I mean, that would be awesome for me to have Cobes to be my first experience in Dungeons and Dragons.
Where is it?
Holy fuck, it's already been over 3 hours.
Yeah, it's actually pushing nearly 4 now, isn't it? You okay for going further, or do you want to end it?
No, we can go further.
I haven't even started the vodka yet. I'm good to go. Um, our first community D&D game, and we all agree you would be great choice for DM. If you need to, I can give you some contact deets if you hope to hear from you soon. Bam, boom, there, done. Very, very nonchalant, very
But
indifferent.
that's just how they identify, and it's like,
Yeah, Augusta is actually in the chat. There is the guy who's been pushing it the most, and we all agree like Cobes being our DM would just be it'd be perfect. We plan to bribe him if need be. Um, my plan is to send him an Omaha steak because he does love his meat. We also have to remind him that we will have many attractive women on to join our campaign. So if he wants to start talking to them, here's a great opportunity. Finally, he's going to be in charge of the story. If he wants to make up a story about a amazing wizard by the name of King Cobrius, like we'll be okay with this. We want to see what he does with absolute power.
okay, as long as they understand.
Honestly, he'd be pretty cool to have as a DM.
Occasionally, I put a message out to him to remind him that this
Well,
offer
yeah, but I mean,
this offer
he has
stands.
he has a very good imagination. Unless
Of
he actually
age
needs to.
attractive females. Yeah, I don't think we. Well, actually, if he asks, I'll be like, well, of course, bro. You should never need to make that distinction. You don't make that distinction, do you? And I'll put an arm on my shoulder, on his shoulder, very like, you don't make that sort of distinction, do you? No, no, man. Of course, of course. Like if I wouldn't think of it like that. No, I do want him to reach out. I do want him to bribe him. He'll need to be if you need be. I said
Sicko who gives a fuck.
No, we need to bribe. We need to bribe him. He won't do this. He'll be like Lucas, not coming on a podcast without getting paid first.
You know what I'm saying? Moreover, to that point, how the is your dog going to?
Now here's the thing: we will be pointing out some random facts, but rather I can imagine the drama will come out of, like, for example, our female compatriots when they're like, "Yeah, I don't feel comfortable about doing this," and they're like, "Well, why not?" But it's all going to be recorded. That's the key thing. So
tell you they're pro.
No, oh, by the way, Augusta, not just of living girls, he's now upgraded to of human girls. They have to be animals, so you can't fuck trees, for example.
Pronouns. Because if you thought the walking your dog in the park and pissing off a progressive owner of a dog was funny, it's like, try to imagine this: looking your dog straight in the eyes, like, okay, Fido, I need you to have a serious conversation with me.
Okay.
Are you a transsexual cat?
And Fido says, "Bleh," it throws up its last meal and then starts eating it. That's what Fido does, because Fido's a dog.
No, Fido, it's okay. I wanted a dog, but if you identify as a cat, I will support your decision. We'll get you a litter box, some catnip.
He's done what you do off screen, on screen enough. Like, he's just fallen asleep. Like, he's just passed out on screen. Like what, like 4 times now, 5 times? Like, I know I'm known to have a drink, and I know you enjoy a drink, but like the way he does it, it's so sad. Like he just, did you see his birthday stream?
I did not, but this is this is so fucking sad.
Yeah, this is latest rant. Um, and if you like, he's freaked out about a a queer identifying. There's nowhere else. I don't know the exact term, so I'm just gonna go with queer identifying person getting angry that you misgendered their dog. What situation in the most gayest part of San Francisco, you won't find someone this fucked up in the head? You'll find it on Twitter, and like Reddit, things like whiteness is a disease and shit like that. But I mean, it's shot down usually by other black people or other gay people or other, like, they don't have time for shit like this, and neither should he. He's so obsessed with these not even fringe. Like, let's be honest here. Trans is still technically fringe. It's pretty minimum on the percentage. It's something that should be respected, but it's still something incredibly tiny. There is no plan to turn every single person gay. There is no plan to turn every single person into a trans girl or trans boy. They always mention girls. They never mention trans boys, you know? As always, trans men get the short end of the stick. Um, but they like Cobes looks at this shit. I always wonder, what does he watch? Does he watch like, I imagine he watches really right wing sort of more right wing than Steven Crowder. Like people that Steven Crowder would be like, yeah, I don't support these guys because they're literal Nazis. And then Steven will put like a little rice hat on and make his teeth look buck and like, whoa, what's the problem? You know, okay, there, Steven. Yeah, glass houses, you know, but I imagine Cobb's watches incredibly right wing sort of douche bro shows that are forgotten. Like the Badgers. Oh, what's it called? The Honey Badgers, if anyone remembers that podcast. Don't know if it's still going on or not, but I remember a guy on Brian B. Jenkins' Discord would watch the shit out of it. And it was anytime a woman said anything, the two women in the group would flare up, and then the rest of the guys would be like, yeah, well, that's what you get for being unattractive. Yeah, that's what you get for being stupid. You know, like it was always just, and that's how every single one would go, like especially in the middle of the Me Too movement. Like, and they'd never follow it up being like, oh, well, I guess he was found guilty of rape. Instead, they'd be like, typical. Another case of mismanagement in the courts. You know, like they just go on shit like that. He's definitely drowning in extreme situations. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing: a lot of the times he's making this up. How many trans people are there in Casper? My guesstimate, 3.
2.
You even
Oh,
went
you said
lower.
3.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's not counting the ones who haven't figured it out yet. Like, in which case, I'm pumping it up to 5. At most, Casper, Wyoming, 15 overall. They're not a community. They're a small group of friends, and I imagine some of them hate the other ones for all manner of reasons. Their non-issue in his life, you know what is? Keeping your apartment clean, paying your rent, maybe eating healthier, have a better relationship with your dad, maybe. I'm not going to say go to AA because that has a religious slant to it. And I know it's kind of sounding weird from someone who's drinking, but like I said, Cobes gets blackout drunk every stream, and he's so unhappy. He's openly talked about this on numerous occasions. Go to therapy, go to counseling, go to something. Get help.
Watch you get up on top of the counter and knock shit off.
Instead, he's so obsessed with this shit.
How's your dog gonna let you know on that, dude? Like, straight up, like, Fido, look at me, damn it. Your dog's gonna look at you and then...
Here, I'm gonna knock it up ahead.
Now, your boy Cobra, I don't look it, but I come from a state full of cowboys and ranchers, so...
Yeah. Wyoming has a lot of I always think of Wyoming when I think of what's his name? Francis from Macklin Middle. He fled to Wyoming to become a ranch hand.
I take pride in knowing that some of the mom and pop shops here
No,
in Casper are going to
Cobes.
have locally
I live
sourced
in South Dakota. I've fucking literally branded cows. I have literally nutted cows. Not like nutted, like jerking them off, but
I
like
know it's that
denutted
you
cows.
gelded them. Yeah, you gelded them.
Yeah, and I fucking ate those that very fucking day.
What? Hold on. That changed that alright, you're gonna have to explain that one to my simple
No, they're
self.
fucking good. You've never heard of Rocky Mountain oysters?
I have, but I always thought that was the thing you'd spring out unsuspecting tourists and laugh at them.
No, they're fucking delicious.
Holy shit. So, genuinely, that is something that's like a delicacy where you're from? No shame. No shame in it. I'm genuinely curious. Like that is something that you're like, "Oh, hell yeah, that's my lunch tonight," or "That's my dinner," or some shit like that.
Okay, so eastern part of the state, you don't have to brand your cattle, but western part of the state, you have to brand your cattle. And I grew up on the I grew up eastern part of the state, but high school and whatnot, I was western part of the state, and there's a thing called farmer flopping or your rope and drag. And if you're rope and dragging, I don't really like that because I've only done that like twice. But if you're farmer flopping, you pretty much just flop the calf over, and you have someone that denuts the calf. And there's a bucket. That's basically it.
And the bucket is taken to a kitchen where they're prepared and served as food?
They're pretty much deep fried. A little bit of spice.
Okay. The thing is that the fact that they're deep fried, or I have to ask, how spongy are they?
They're not very. I mean, you can do the same thing with actual like bowls. Like I seen it done with probably a 3 or 4-year-old bull, and like his nuts were fucking huge. But yeah, Rocky Mountain oysters, that's a thing. It's not a gimmick.
Oh, I knew it was a thing. I knew exactly what they were going for. The thing is that like, and you're not alone. Like I know in Saudi Arabia they deep fry well I don't know if they deep fry, but they do prepare camel testicles the same way. It's and you know what? It's not a waste of the food. It's just well, the idea of it is kind of I suppose once you get over the all right, compare that to a regular piece of meat. Like, what's the difference? Like, what's the main difference that you'd convince me to have that over a bit of regular meat?
Well, it tastes like it tastes like chicken. I mean, you put it in the fryer.
Hold on,
You
hold on.
cook
I
it.
don't want my
It just
beef to
tastes like.
taste like chicken. That's the thing, though. I
I
don't
mean,
want my beef to taste like chicken. I thought it would taste like beef. No?
it fucking tastes like anything you want it to. I mean, like I've had it multiple times. I mean, like straight off the bat. I mean, put it on the grill. It just tastes like whatever. It tastes like meat.
Have you actually seen like a set of balls being thrown directly onto the grill?
Yeah.
Fuck's
Yeah.
sake. I don't know. That's fucking metal, actually, in all fairness. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's fucking metal. I like that.
Well, when you're branding cattle, so if you're branding cattle, if you're doing farmer flop, that's what I call it, or that's what I've heard it's called, and that's what I do. I don't like fucking rope and drag because people are on a horse and you have to fucking.
Oh, where they pull the cow along and yeah,
Yeah.
that seems really fucking. The only time I ever think that is useful is if like a cow strays and you need to bring it back.
Yeah, so like uh what I usually do, and I've done this probably about 3 years in a row, and it's one of my friends' place, and it really sucked after the third year because I started smoking. So I was just like, I was just like huffing and puffing.
You were out of breath.
But yeah, I was out of breath like after the first fucking calf. But yeah, we'd farmer flop them, and they would get branded. You get that. It depends on where you're at. If you're at the head, or if you're at the back, where you get the smoke. Sometimes you get the smoke, sometimes you don't. But yeah, Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah, there
Yeah,
are
I knew what Rocky
cow
Mountains.
testicles.
Yeah, I honestly I always picture it as a sort of like the city kid comes up into town. They're like, "You want to try the Rocky Mountain oysters?" And like, "Oysters, huh?" And they try it, and they're like, "This tastes real good. Do you want to know what it tastes like? What? It tastes like balls." And everyone laughs at the newcomer's expense. Like, the thing is. Yeah, all right, fair enough. I wouldn't say like if I was at like a genuine like part. All right, here's a genuine question. Like, is it the stuff you put on top of them that makes the flavor and the taste and the texture, or is it them themselves? How much they suck in compared to how much they add? Like, what do they add that the rest of the cow doesn't?
Most of the time it's just like salt, pepper, deep fried.
Okay, so
And
are you just
that's about
enjoying
it.
the So it's almost like a chicken ball in that regard, which of course chickens don't have balls. They have chicken balls are just chicken meat that's been turned into a ball and then deep fried. Um,
Yeah,
like
when people hear, "Oh, I don't want to have Rocky Mountain oysters or testicles," like
yeah,
it's not that bad. I'm
you
not
know
even
what?
from the Rocky Mountains.
In the state I'm in now, I'd be on board with it if they are prepared really well. I'm talking about I need to smell the spices before it even comes in from the front door. You know, like this thing has to be prepared well. Um,
Oh, it doesn't even have to be prepared well. Just like salt, pepper, deep fried. That's it.
they're that good.
It's not even that good. That's all you need.
Oh, so it's more like it's actually not as bad as you think they are. They're actually quite pleasant. You wouldn't say no to them if they were on the menu. That sort of thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you read like on a menu, like bull testicles or calf testicles.
Well,
I have that.
I've had veal, and I didn't realize it was veal until after the fact. And once I had veal, I was like, oh, okay, this is actually really lovely tasting. And then I'm like, of course it is. That's why the animal was treated like absolute fucking Like shit. But with yours, it's still kind of horrific. But when you think about it, like yeah, it's just the same. Like remember what we always actually someone PP said where is it? Cow tongue tastes like chicken, so I can believe that. Yeah, all right, that's fair. I've heard people eat cow tongue. When I was in Dublin on Mary Street, there's a Polish deli slash butchers, and they do all the chicken, including the feet and the beaks. Apparently, you can get the beaks in a way, frying them or roasting them in a way that will result in like peanuts. Which, okay, that's interesting. I don't know if I'd go out of my way for it, but that's like a cultural thing. If I was at a barbecue in like fucking Dakota, yeah, I guess I would try it. But I mean, I'd wait for everyone else to take a bite first to show that I'm not being a part of some giant like game everyone else is playing on the newcomer, you know, like because in Arabic like Bedouin countries, I know this because I've seen it and I've also experienced it. They give you bites out of really bad or like quasi bad foods, and then they say, "Oh yes, this is what we know and do." A great example of that would have to be in the Temple of Doom. For Indiana Jones, they have the monkey brains. That's based off a story they did to mock Westerners. Apparently, a local lord, for his Western delegates, gave them all delicacies, and they're like the most disgusting foods ever. But the thing is that like it was designed to shock them, but if you bit into it, it actually tasted really good. So you just kind of went like, well, food is food, you consume it, right? But I've also had absolutely glorious food from the south of like the States, and I've also had glorious food from the Middle East, and I've had oh God, the food from Asia can be just, I think, the best food. Although they always lack the potato. The potato seems to be the ultimate example of Western imperialism. Centuries after people forget what the British Empire was or what even America was, the potato will still be a requirement on dishes for me. Like if I'm somehow the first ever immortal person, 1,000 years from now, I'll be like, yeah, can I have that with the land spud, please? It won't even be called potato anymore, it'll be called the land spud, where I'm in my weird ass cyberpunk future where everyone's walking around on fucking spider legs. Um, Now I kind of hope I'm the first immortal person and not realize it. Just find the foods, because the foods are gonna change and they're gonna grow. Um, by the way, what's the weirdest thing you've ever eaten? You've eaten oysters, anyway. I hope you've also eaten real oysters too, because that shit can be good. It really depends on what it's served with, but it can be very good.
I've eaten shark too.
Oh,
At
now
least
that
I
I
was
hear that's
told it
like
was
I
shark.
hear that's like bear. It's a acquired taste. You need to prepare it just right, otherwise it has this sort of metallic taste to it that no one really likes. What tell me the context. Was it shark fin soup? Was it?
It was deep fried shark, so it was like really fishy.
That doesn't count. I've had a deep fried Mars bar in Scotland. I don't know how to describe a Mars bar that's based off that. You need to have the fucking Scandinavian style. And yes, PP Gate, mashed potatoes is Irish guacamole. The thing is, we're smart enough to add little things called spices and peppers into it. I need to pee because beer. Um, Potatoes, boil them, mash them, and you know what else? Even stick them in a stew. But no, that does not count.
PP8, I gotta go for a cigarette, so you are in charge, apparently, now.
I had no idea when I first moved out here that the level of humidity that would come in Ireland. Jesus Christ. Oh. Hope you all saw my arse, by the way. We're talking about Ethan Ralph level of arse.
Thank you. Cheers, folks. So when you're telling...
And don't forget, folks, that the stream is doomed. Why? What happened? Did my buttocks get on display? Because it wouldn't be the first buttocks on display. I will not lie. I was just put in charge. Oh well. Good thing I came back before stream cancelled. Oh. Message from YouTube. How could you do this to us?
Telling people to stop eating meat, you're essentially taking jobs out of hardworking hands. People who get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, ass crack of dawn, just slam like 2 percolators full of coffee, feed their cows, herd them, let them graze in the pasture, get them all fed and watered. By the end of the day, they're...
It's about beer o'clock. I couldn't agree more.
They're so goddamn dog tired, their fucking bones ache, and the only thing that satisfies their aching body is a warm, delicious steak.
Speaking of, let's talk about our sponsor. Nothing. Neither of us have sponsors. Cobs hopes that Tactical Soap will sponsor him, but here's the thing. They would use him as an example of not how to use. Like, good idea, bad idea. Good idea. Be a pickup artist or some sort of crypto bro out of Ukraine. Sup, I'm standing here next to my totally not prostitute and totally not rented out Lamborghini. Bad idea. Being King Cobes. Hey, YouTubes, I just have my tactical soap. I'm gonna get laid. Be the if you have tactical soap, be the crypto bro, not the Cobes. Give us money. Speaking of, I would say no to us to name labs to help us get a little bit there. But also, more importantly, if you have been enjoying the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below. We have a stream goal, of course, but we also have a Twitch because I'm trying to grow my Twitch. Also, don't forget Twitter and Discord, all of which down in the doobly-doo.
Butchered up by their local butcher. A little
He's sponsored by Astronaut.
slice of tender Americana. As the sun's setting, you crack open.
He's sponsored by oh my god, cannot say it right. Asbestos. There. He's sponsored by asbestos in the walls.
When an ice cold Bud Light.
That's
You slap that steak on the grill and you're just like, yeah.
proudly serving since 1970.
I don't have a problem with vegans, but some of these assholes.
He's gonna act like the crazy vegans you meet online or you see online are going to be the default vegans. I counter argument saying that I have never met a single vegan who acts like that IRL. However, I will say I have met people who have claimed that. So, at least he has a little bit more oomph. The thing is, he hasn't met anyone like this. He doesn't meet people.
Go out of their way to be.
Go for a fucking walk. I have seen so many camera view shots of like Utah and shit like that, where the mountains at least are beautiful. Your landscape might be absolute trash, but your landscape might be absolutely beautiful, and your country might be absolute trash. So just go out and enjoy the landscape.
Just the absolute freaking worst. Look at vegan booty.
Freaking.
Vegan.
I will sub to your Twitch, however, because one Twitch paid it. I gotta get. Hey, it's alright, man. I'm happy you're there, PP.
Vegan booty covered herself in her own period blood with nothing on but a thong.
Okay.
And she marched into Louis Vuitton.
Augusta, can you think of anyone who at one point covered themselves in certain excrement? Because I sure as fuck can't.
With a pandemic still going on, mind you, not wearing a mask, screaming about how Louis Vuitton is murder. And it's like, people, periods are not gross, but when vegan booty did that shit, Ron White, things that make you go, ugh. Like, find out, how the hell is that going to work? You're going to circle back to the topic. How the hell are you going to do that to your dog? You're going to be like, okay.
No!
It's pretty sad when you got people who are saying,
No one! Stop it! Stop! No one thinks like this. You know what? Actually, no. Let's find it. Don't assume my dog's gender. Okay? Experience. Is it wrong to assume my dog's gender? Okay. Let's see. There's no other genders. All right, fuck. Yeah, gender. No, yes, that's true. There is two genders, but there is sexualities. Okay, that doesn't really answer anything. But no, like there's no question. And that means there's no fucking argument. You know, he talks about this the same level as
that their dog is transgender. Did their dog consent to it? No, it's just because their owner wants to feel included.
You get yourself a smoky smoke?
Yes.
Awesome. Like, his rants can fuck off. Let's, Ugh. No, that's way too much cobes. Night video. Leave my ex alone. Toasted cheddar chili. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what a...
That was a fucking Smiling Friends level of freak out right there. The beep level. And Crow's gone again. It's just his icon.
YouTube, it's your boy King Cobra. We got us the Taco Bell. Dude, toasted cheddar chalupas are back at Taco Bell. Get fucking psyched, YouTube. Not a sponsor. So we went and picked up some Baja Blast Original, some Mango Fiesta to make our Mountain Dew Tropical Storm.
Awesome.
We got the goods. We look inside there. Oh, what do we got? I ordered a toasted cheddar chalupa supreme and a nacho cheese Doritos Locos Taco Supreme. We're gonna save the best for last. Oh, hold up.
Nah. I want to upgrade this shit. Look at that shit. So, I think we've established now who Gucci's is, right? But beach. Yeah, that's the one. Gucci's gets beats up and JJ drops kicks a girl. Like this shit is fucking insane. I saw it on DP, I'm not gonna lie, because well I am always trying to find my own shit, but whenever I can't, you know what, fuck it. I'll steal it from others. It is the YouTube way. Um Drunken, do you know who Gucci's is?
That is not a name I'm familiar with.
Gucci's has a long history of her own bullshit, but also getting involved with people like Andy Dick, Only Use Me Blades, Captain Content. I think Ice Poseidon at one point. There's a lot of people she finds herself in. So she drives around an RV across the west coast of America with um I don't even call her friends. These people that they that she lives with, and she gets into fights more often than not, and they're all recorded. She's a 20-something lush, but this is a 7-minute fight.
I don't want to fucking record.
That has to do with one of the other guys. I don't know who's holding it right now, but there's a bunch of teenage girls who claim that the guy who's filming this right now was looking at them in their bikinis. So he's retreating, going like, "No, I didn't." Back to these bodies here, one of which is Gucci's.
Literally pointing this way. Leave me alone.
And it gets into a proper fight.
I'm not recording your ugly asses, dude. Aldi, wake up, bro. These bitches trying to charge.
Yo! There's Gucci's in all her joy. By the way, I want to point out she's wearing a fucking like jacket, like an army jacket, in the middle of the beach on like Venice. This is Venice Beach, by the way. So like she's in the middle of California, and she's wearing that.
That's right.
This is the girl that was claiming that he was filming her, and he's like, "No, man, I have like 5 million subscribers and shit like that."
No, I'm not recording them. They're trying to stop. You have my back for once, dude. No, we're not recording you. We're not fucking recording you.
You're in public.
And this is being streamed live, by the way.
Girl, I don't care.
Exactly. No, I'm not fucking recording you. I'm not recording you.
16, dumbass.
Hey, dumbass. I go 16. Okay. We walked away. You followed us. There is no fucking video.
A lot of these people hung out or are quote unquote friends with Billy the Fridge, by the way.
Alright, we walked away.
Which is always a good sign, because Billy knows nothing but good people. He is a good judge of character.
Okay, so the main guy right there is raspy as fuck.
Yeah.
Not saying anything about that. But he's the main protagonist, and he's like, "Oh, you're filming a 16-year-old." No, there's like 4 or 5 fucking teenagers behind you. Which one are you talking about? And then which one are you saying that the main protagonist is actually like, oh, filming a underage kid?
I think the focal point is the one in the black the black bikini and bra. Well, actually, the whole thing is a bikini.
The second you
So.
said,
But there's Gucci's in the back, kind of confused, most likely high as fuck, and she doesn't quite know what to do. Now, if I'm right, that might be Captain Content, and if it is, one of them has he basically whoever they are, they were very smart throughout this whole thing, and they pretended to be unconscious the whole time. The whole time. Because this shit gets wild. And I'm talking about the point where like accusations of assault can be thrown at. So if I would get an opportunity to not get involved, yes, I would fucking take it.
you said you don't want to be filmed and you walked away, right?
Saying that though, have you been ever able to sleep in the sand like that? Because I haven't. I've tried. I've not been able to. No, seriously, that was a question. Like, can you actually?
Well, I think to get out of this situation, anyone could just be like, "Nope, I'm gonna close my
No,
eyes."
no,
Fuck
no,
that
not the
shit.
situation, just in general. Like, can you actually like sleep in the sand? Because I can't. As the sand as a rule, like if you are, have you ever tried to? Have you ever actually fell asleep in like on a beach or something like that? Because I've tried and I just really can't.
So just like cover your eyes in whatever, and you
No,
just
no, I mean, you don't even need to do that, but just like lay on your back and the sand kind of like just makes an imprint of you and you just try to go to sleep. Have you ever tried to do anything like that?
I've never been to the beach.
Ever?
I live in the Midwest. I don't know what
All
the
right,
fuck
right.
beach
All right.
would be.
That's true, but I was hoping that even though you've never left America, you've never seen the coast, you've never seen the ocean,
I've been to West Virginia, and that's about it.
and you've seen the ocean.
No, I have never seen the ocean.
Holy fuck. As a guy who was born and for the most part raised on I've been born on islands and I've been raised on islands. Like that is so surreal to me. Like there's my privilege showing. Like it's just the ocean is there and it's always going to outweigh the land. It gives you a good I think it actually gives you a good sense of worth when you stare out at the ocean and you're like, okay, no. I mean, even I noticed with the Great Lakes, they're pretty fucking massive. Like they're bigger than any lake I've ever seen. Um, and I've seen some pretty. Ireland has some pretty great lakes. We have Loch Nask, which gives Ireland that weird little eye if you look at it from orbit. But I've seen that, and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. But if you look close enough, you can still see the coast. No, the ocean is a different creature, and it smells different. It feels different. It's a different thing all around, and I love it. So, dude, before you die, just fucking get yourself a long weekend out to the West Coast or the East Coast or something. Damn, like
There's one thing I don't like about foreigners,
you
and
don't
I'm
need to
not
have to
saying.
deal with foreigners. You just have to get out yourself out to the West Coast and East, unless of course anyone who's leaving your state is a foreigner.
Well, no, no, no. What I'm saying is there was this British comic, and they're like, oh yeah, Americans aren't really cultural. Like, dude, do you understand that you can travel 14 fucking hours in one state, Texas, and still be in the same fucking state? But you do the same thing in
Europe. If you do the same thing in Europe, you'll get from London to Russia twice over.
Yeah, and they're calling us
No, I have
uncultural.
as I've done it, I can counter that right now. I've traveled 8 hours on a bus from Chicago to Omaha, Nebraska, and I have to say, no, that's bullshit. If you don't have the money, that's 100% fair, and that says more about your economy and your society than else. But Jesus Christ, like the distance. Then don't fucking drive. If you've got an airplane, then grab an airplane. And if you can't afford it, then once again, fuck your economy. Fuck the American economy. Like I can 100% side with that. I don't, however, like support the idea that we don't know what distance is. Oh, we know. Hell, I'm Irish. I'm right next with strong English um leanings because of my heritage. My mom was from London, and my dad was from London too. So technically, I'm English. But the thing is, as a result, like I was raised up knowing how big the world is and how small Ireland is. Irish people have this weird idea that Ireland is like this focal point of so many amazing things. In reality, we're a drop in a drop in a drop in a drop in a drop. We are one part of many, and that's okay. It doesn't weaken us in any way. Just like Americans, like you have so many choices to make to where to go because America is very big. But it's a huge drive. Agreed. So drive yourself to the nearest airport and fly. You'll probably make the same equivalent. You'll probably save the same amount of money that you would have spent on fuel anyway. Because let's be honest here, like your interconnecting flights are ridiculously cheap. 90, 70. Are you going to spend $70 on fuel between where you are and fucking Houston? No, you're going to spend like what? 200? Maybe? 3? It's it's kind of crazy. Like Americans have the ability, but they don't have the means. That's the worst part because money. I will never insult anyone for not being able to travel because they're poor. I will just be like, what a shame, because it's there at your doorstep, but you're going to see a small part of it. I guarantee you, you've seen tourists come into South Dakota, and they have more money than probably you do, and they're going to look around and go like, "Oh, this is very pretty," and then drive off. It's like it's an example of like the financial issue in the first place rather than like oh Americans are inherently never going to move. No, I've met so many Americans that don't want to leave America, which is its own problem. I don't like the idea of Americans not having a passport. You guys, especially if you're more on the liberal minded, you might want to think about leaving America. Like with the way things are going, or you want to stay and prepare to fight for the Union because you're going to get yourself a second civil war. Um, it's just I don't know. Like I've heard what you said there, and I'm like no, no, no. I've heard that before. I've lived it. And don't get me wrong, America is huge. You can like Texas, you can spend what like a day traveling across Texas, but in Ireland, you can get from one side to the other in any direction, possibly 4 hours. that's being very abstract. We have to depend on traffic and things like that. But for most Americans, at the very least, camping is an option. Like if you can, do camp, because if you can't leave your state, I guarantee you, unless you're in Rhode Island, in which case go for a long fishing tour or something like that, I don't know. Your state has it. Like your state has a long tourist stuff, or a big tourist industry, or even if not a huge tourist industry, there's always going to be one or two pamphlets, like I was saying earlier about the Viking cruises. Is that?
Can I see that the video?
Sorry, by the way, if I sounded like preachy and shit. It's just, I don't know, like Americans are aware that people from other countries don't have to deal with, on average, the amount of distances that you guys do, but we still do know what scale is. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, like country. I mean, yeah, you do have uh passports and whatnot, but like, oh yeah, Americans are so uncultured. They they never go to Canada. They don't never go to Mexico.
Well,
Do
I
you
found that
realize
was,
how big America is?
yes, because I've actually driven it. Or at least about half of it. The other half of it I'm looking forward to do in the next few years. Before I die, I'm gonna do the whole damn continent. North and south. Not just America, but also Canada too, Mexico, and let's even fucking go South America. I'm looking forward to, in my final years, getting down to the furthest point of Argentina or Chile. Whoever the hell is the furthest. I don't care. Um I want to see it all. But I've seen a good chunk of America, and I do know what the fuck you mean. Like, to us, 4 hours is um the entire
4
island.
hours is 4 fucking countries for you guys.
Yes, yeah. If you started in France, you could go through yeah, you could reach Germany by going through the Low Countries. Yep. 4 hours for us could get you any point in Ireland, including the ferry. And in the US, 4 hours, if you started in, say, New York, you could get to Virginia on the train, I guess. Get to Virginia.
If
Um,
you want to go, yeah, if you want to go Virginia,
yeah, like it'd be
but
kind of, hell, you could even, if you really time it right, I imagine, get you to West Virginia in 4 hours from New York. If you woke up at midnight and legged it out of wherever you're going and go straight to the Grand Central Station, I guarantee you could get to West Virginia in 4 hours. But it would not be a fun trip, and it would not be a trip that would be guaranteed. The slightest, yeah, the slightest shit would fuck you up. But here's the thing, like when you go out further and further west, I know for a fact that it gets rarer and rarer to find bus routes and things like that. It's why, for example, I could get a bus route from New York to Chicago for 15 quid. But if I were to get from Omaha to Denver on the map, not too far away, that cost me 57. Yeah, like I get this. Like it gets rarer and rarer as you enter into the real heartland of America.
well, we do not focus on infrastructure in America whatsoever.
No,
I mean,
you haven't since the 80s, I think. And even the 70s, if you want to be technical.
yep. Uh, so like Midwest, there is like fucking nothing.
Yeah.
There's not Lyft, there's not Uber, there's
No, I
fucking
call
pretty much
bullshit on
nothing.
that. I've gotten in Omaha and Des Moines. I've gotten Lyft, so they've
Yes,
expanded.
but Des Moines and Omaha are Des
City.
Moines, Iowa. That's the capital. Omaha, capital.
No, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Ah, fuck. I mean, it's a big fucking
I
town.
know. It's probably yeah, I think Lincoln is where the money is spent, but the money is made in Omaha. You know.
But I mean, that's where it's going. I mean, I lived in Nebraska for fucking what? It was a month, and then I got fucked over by that cunt of a bitch that I was fucking dating.
Where were you living?
Very, very south. It was shit. I can't remember.
That's all right.
That cunt fucked me over though.
To me, Omaha, Nebraska, the wider fucking Midwest, that's as far west as I've ever gone. Mid. I've gone mid, and I want to change that before I die. That was, of course, one of the major factors of me going on the trip. It never worked out. I got as far as Omaha, and once I went to Omaha, that was it. Like that was by the time I was getting there, I realized my trip was over. Um, but I'll be back. I'll be back, I think, in a more practical sense. For example, I start in LA and I end up in Las Vegas, and then I move back to LA and get my flight home from there. Although unfortunately that means I have to deal with LAX, which I hear is the most unpleasant airport on the planet.
If you're gonna do Midwest, do the Black Hills of South Dakota. Otherwise, do the uh, fuck. What's it called? God damn it, bitch. Fuck.
I was only a few miles away from seeing the was it the tea kettle, the teapot, the smokestack, the smokestack. I never actually got to see that. And apparently, only a few miles west of where I was is a very cool church made by a guy in honor of his dead wife, which is all made to look like whale bones. Out in the middle of the desert, you like, rather at this point, the plains, it's not quite desert yet. And he built like it to look like the ribs of it. And the thing is, when I was in New York and I went to the World Trade Center, when you go inside the World Trade Center, the it's designed to look like the ribs of the original building is kind of like inflexed in on you, which is kind of macabre, but also kind of cool. And that's what it reminded me of. But yeah, like, what were you talking about?
I don't fucking know.
We have all, oh, this is from Cameron. We have all that stuff here in Missouri, but only in the 4 or 5 largest cities. Yeah, it's all pooled. But here's the thing, I've been to parts of America where that shit is spread out. Like, no matter what you want, you can go to a place in America. And I hate to say it because it adds to extra levels of smug, but the West Coast seems to have everything you want, even in the smallest towns. Like, wherever you want. It's like more urbanized than anywhere else on the planet. Like, from the south of California all the way up to the Canadian border. It's so well organized. But it's not done in a way that's like bad. Like it's done in a way that's Like for example, there's walkable towns in Portland. I remember what's his name? Vosh mentioning that when he did college, he went to a town that was basically just a walkable town. The way he described it and the way the picture showed, I'm like, oh, that's a place in the UK, right? No, that's literally a place in America. I'm like, oh, that would have been nice when I was wandering around fucking Chicago. Which Chicago is a walkable city, but it's nowhere near as walkable as any in Europe. Like when I wandered around Oslo, I wandered around Oslo. I literally wandered around. I found myself in random alcoves and obscure little places, and you'd find cool stuff. It was a great little experience. I think I spent about maybe 4 or 5 hours just walking about until I'm like, you know what, I need to find a place to sit down and have a drink and have a meal and go home. And I eventually did. And I can't complain. Like it was such a nice experience. In New York, you can do that. In Boston, I hear you can do that. In Philly, you can do that around certain parts of it because Philly's very much a work working town. I think the best term will be.
That and John is a bitch.
Who?
John Morgan.
Oh well, obviously.
Yeah.
Bam.
You said you don't want to be.
Here, I'm gonna have this play while I rush off and grab my final meal of the night, which of course is a bottle of cherry vodka.
You walked away, right?
There's some minors in here.
The second she said she didn't want to be. The second she said she didn't want to be. We walked away. We walked away.
I know, but I'm 16. You're recording me. You're going to jail.
I'm not recording you. Call the police. I'm not recording you. The second you said you didn't want to be recorded, we walked away.
That's child pornography.
No, it's not. Call the police. The second you said you didn't want to be on camera, we walked away.
You're going to jail. Period. That's what.
No, there's no fucking.
You know what I'm doing your own, but you let me smoke. You let me smoke.
The second you said you didn't want to be on camera, we walked away, dude. You want to still do that stupid ass bullshit? The second you said you didn't want me on camera, we walked away.
Also nature calls, and can I point out that still the guy who's all buried up is smart enough not to make a move because this shit gets wild.
I'm not even filming you. Get your fucking ugly asses away from us. We don't want to fucking film your ugly asses. Stupid ass devil bitches anyway.
Don't talk to me,
Leave us up. You just go away?
I can't go away because they tripping. They want to see you in the video. They want to see you.
There is no video. I don't want to fucking record you, dude.
But you live, right?
I don't want to record you. I don't want to record you. You see it. It's pointing at the camera.
I put it down there, you probably heard it.
It's not on you, right? It's not on you, right? Yes. It's not.
Okay, let's see. My man needs a cough drop. We all have that stuff in Missouri. I'm not to live in one of the cities in Missouri to have urban infrastructure, but that only because the whole city is made of several college campuses. Yeah, that doesn't quite count. Everywhere else doesn't have sidewalks. Yeah, if you're in a college town, Americans like don't get this. That's like a European city. College towns are like brilliant, and people always look back at it fondly. Well, of course they do. Maybe have your average cities look like that. It's not that hard. You have good subways. I've been to Chicago. Your subways are fucking solid. I've been to New York. Your subways are useful, at least. I don't know about solid. They definitely could be done with a with an umph. Like I've I've been to other cities that could do with subways. I've been, and that's only the start. Like subways and oh there's more pathways. That's another thing as well. Like it, you are owed more pathways. Guess he walked out for a smoke. What I'll tell you guys now while you're waiting, Nick Fuentes looks like he's having an orgasm there. Always ride the lift when I'm in Chicago. I came in over the Skyway in Chicago last time I was there, and I didn't realize it, but it was so bumpy. And I asked someone about it, and I got a massive, massive goddamn spiel at the whole thing. It was unexpected. I like the subway in Chicago, though. My God, it's well designed, which make me a little more sadder because you guys will always focus on cars. Get yourself a car. Why? Well, because you have to have a car. Well, when you're out in the Midwest, like say Drunken Crow there, yeah, obviously. When you're but like that's the point. Like the cities are designed to be. You guys could have some really good trains. Some really good trains going out towards them. Makes me wonder, is there any train route going out to Casper? It's almost some sort of like cowboy stuff. Train to Casper, Wyoming. Yes. Holy shit. Nearly $240 to get you to a train to Casper. From I don't know. Or there's an Amtrak bus station in Casper and Lemire for train service. Yeah. No, people who have never left their small towns of 500 people because they can't drive. Well, over here, that's not a big deal. In Ireland, that's not a big deal. Let's go with Denver. That's the next major, major city from Casper, right? Okay, there we go. But there's no there's no train. It's insane. So 4 hours to whoops. That's each other. So it's 4 hours there. You have to leave. So let's just say you're Copes and you finally convince yourself you have to leave town, right? You go all the way down here, into Denver, Fort Collins, Denver. Denver will connect you to Chicago. Look at all these markers from my American trip. Jesus Christ. Um, but it'll connect you to Chicago. or LA. Like it'll take you 4 hours. What about the bus? Sorry, we could not calculate directions from. Really? Bus from Casper to Denver. $72 on Greyhound, which is not by default the best deal. Look at this shit. Look at it. He could spend 77. He could at least go to to Denver, a real city full of actual people. He could look around and go, "Oh, here's some of these trans people I've heard about in songs and stories." And they'd be like, "Hey, aren't you King Cobes?" And they were like, "Yeah." And they'd be like, "Hey, man, I see you going into this bar. I was thinking of going the same. Do you mind if I buy you a drink?" And they'd be like, "Oh, okay." And by the end of it, was he like obsessed with trans girls? No, he will be aware that they're actual people. Like, he's so isolated. It's like if somebody from, let's take a town randomly, bit north than that. Let's go really north. Here, Resolute. Let's go with the good old-fashioned Resolute, which is Resolute is an Inuit hamlet in Cornwallis Island. It's situated in Norman. Yeah. One of Canada's northmost communities. Or let's take Resolute, for example. Imagine if somebody out of Resolute was to tell us how weird the world has become, but they've never left Resolute. Like, dude, the world's gonna change. You know that? Grizzle Fjord. They're not considered towns. Well, we have to find out more about these two. But first, let's start with this. Grisford. The place that never thaws. Like whatever the hell this is. Looks very out of place. It's one of the most coldest inhabited places in the world with average yearly temperature. Oh God, this is a sad story. No. Here's Alert, which doesn't technically count as a town, apparently, even though it has about the same. That's about the same shit as mine does. Is the most continuously inhabited place in the world. Oh well, in that case, fuck you. That's right, fuck you, Eureka. 26. As of 26 consensus, the population was 0. All alert residents are temporary, typically serving 6-month tours of duty there. Takes its name from HMS Alert, which winters each of the present station. Oh. Oh. Okay, that actually makes sense. Um, yeah, this is the furthest north, not the outpost, where the stations or the cults have a place in the world of -15 as most of our communities. Roads are all gravel. Yeah. So this is Resolute. This would be like if someone out of Resolute was telling someone in the rest of the world how to live their lives. Like, sorry, buddy, you're a little bit out of the focus, right? Population of 183. Well, unless they get a constant influx of people, how the hell do you repopulate? Dorset culture. Thule people, however, modern Inuit did occupy this area until 1953. Royal Canadian Air Force Base. Stone Cairn, 2002. God damn it. He's gone this far. He's gone longer this time, right? He's fine. First group of people, one Canadian Mountie, Ross Gibson, New Scouts community's first teacher, were located in 1953. Promised homes and games to hunt, but they relocated people, no building wildlife. Well, that's the same as before. They were also told contrary to popular stereotypes, people in a small community have a low unemployment rate. Most citizens are employed at least part of the year. Pretty tame changes to American policy towards polar bear hunting, local economy. Many Inuit cater to American sport hunters. Really? That's one of their major inc. Oh, that sucks. All right, let's watch something. Let's watch the rest of the fight. Yeah, let's watch the rest of the fight.
Let's go separate ways. Let's just go separate ways, dude.
Upload the personal
pornography collection complete. Upload to personal pornography collection complete. Upload to personal pornography collection complete. Upload to personal pornography collection complete.
So it turns into a shouting match of like 27 people.
Yeah, and then the second they said we don't want to be on camera, we walk away. Right?
But what they said is they don't want to be on They don't want to be on the live stream.
All right. They're acting like they want to be on live stream, so they're doing everything.
Sorry to sort something out real quick. Uh, there we go. All right.
They're acting like they want to be on live stream. Don't hit it, then.
If it's not meant to be on camera, if it's not to be on camera, then why the fuck you keep fucking coming towards us?
There's Gucci's always coming in for the fucking save, even if at times you have to argue that she's going to make life worse. At least for herself.
Leave us alone.
Story of my life, so I relate to her. Oh, down she goes. Down. You can't hit Gucci's. She's been hit too many times in life. She's been too hitted.
Why the hell are you trying to pick on a little ass girl, bro?
First of all, everyone here is younger than 25. There we go. Christ, took a few seconds. I'm guessing he'll be back. Does anyone know what actually happened to him? Because when he came back, like, he was gone. So
God damn it!
Oh.
Oh shit, yo, pull her! Pull her! Oh shit! What the fuck, dude?
the fucking drop kick, though.
What the fuck, bro? Bro, this is meant to be taken serious, bro.
Oh! Oh!
Is it legal to film in public? It is legal to photograph or videotape anything and anyone on any.
I love how they're so obsessed with drop kicking, but like it's just 90% of them don't connect. So it's just a guy jumping in the air, you know?
Any public property. Is it
He's got
legal to film
slapped.
in public? It is legal to photograph or videotape anything and anyone on any public property.
Bark,
You stupid ass bitch.
Thing is, with Gucci, she's experienced so much worse than an ass kicking, but she gets a bit of an ass kicking on this video, so
Bitches, dude. Trying to start fuck.
oh no! No, 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 no.
Out of nowhere, bro. The cops are coming, motherfucker! The cops are coming! Exactly! When the cops come up, you're
Oh,
gonna get fucked!
Jesus. Do you see Gucci's back there? She is fucked up.
Exactly!
Oh, God. She looks like shit.
When the cops come up, you're gonna get fucking arrested! You're gonna get fucking arrested! You stupid ass, ugly ass bitch! You're gonna get... No!
Goose, stop it.
The cops are coming! The cops are coming! You stupid ass bitch! They're the one fighting people for no fucking reason. The cops are coming. I've been live the whole time. This is my job. I'm a live streamer. I'm a YouTuber.
It goes on further from there. They have a quick fight inside the underneath the pier, but Jesus Christ, it gets fucking wild. Okay, Crow vanished off the face of the earth. I'm assuming so anyway. I was hoping for at least 6 hours, but well, if he's gone, he's gone. Um, oh shit, this is yeah, alright, this is new to me. Okay.
Yo. Oh, I want to make. I already made a report. Okay, tell him to make a report.
So I'm guessing this is Gucci's in the background making a fucking like statement saying he already made a report with yeah, I
It's
think at
on
the end of it the
video.
police showed
It's
up,
on video.
so
The faces. It's on video. Their faces and their identity. The guys that were harassing us.
they weren't guys. They weren't guys, they were
It's
girls.
on video. Sonic has it on video. The fucking police suck at fucking doing a situation because we warned them because they were fucking threatening us, and then they said they're like, oh, we want to press charges on them for pressing charges when they literally assaulted us, and then they're like threatening us, and then we warned the fucking cops that were at the fucking scenario that they fucking were gonna harass us, and you know what happened? Gino got his fucking chin fucking gashed. And you know what? No one fucking protected us, even
You kinda protected yourselves?
though we fucking warned them multiple times on camera. Those cops suck.
No, hold on. Like, unless they watched the recording, you you didn't really like if they showed up, You were just a scrum of like 20 or so people all screaming at each other. Like, no, what were they going to do? They were going to take everyone in equally. Now, I don't think that the guy holding the camera was looking at some girls naked and or in skimpy outfits, but
The cops sucked. I want to sue the fucking lifeguards and the cops.
oh, the lifeguards, I imagine you're not
Are
happy
you
because
guys
they
gonna
are
do your
not your
job
friends.
now?
Yeah.
Are the cops there? Are they gonna fucking do their job now? Probably not, because they suck. They fucking are like, I don't want to do my job. I have so much paperwork. I don't give a fuck about individuals. So why are you fucking even a fucking cop?
Goo, listen.
Yeah, and no one did.
Just go to Andy Dick. Okay? Go to Chicken Andy and Andy Dick. They'll make you okay. I mean, you'll wake up with your hands bound and things doing to you, but you'll be okay.
Anything. And then they fucking followed us, and then Cheeto has to get fucking stitches on his face now. Cause you fucking don't do your job. Hello, cops. Can I talk to the fucking LAPD? Can I talk to the LAPD? Are they gonna do their job now? Or what?
Shit, I wasn't expecting you to walk in.
Okay, well that'd be nice if they did their job for fucking once for us. Cause we fucking warned them so many fucking
Oh,
times they're
goo.
gonna fucking harass us. And we had to fucking run away from them.
You did not run away from anyone. You fucking went for people. What the? You caused this bullshit.
I already said my statement. I didn't even fucking give me my fucking paper. Dude, these fucking cops suck, dude.
Why won't they listen to
Fucking
me?
Make a report. Fucking stay consistent to the story. Because it's fucking gonna also show up how fucking they don't do their fucking jobs. And I don't have my fucking report number. Where the fuck is my report number? Yeah, I want to talk to them. Where are the fucking officials?
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, is that a bottle down there, or is that something else?
This only helps the police, by the way. Yeah, this just shows how fucking I'm pissed off because the police didn't fucking prevent this. They're supposed to protect us. And they fucking aren't doing their jobs. And this only helps their case. Sure. That fucking just shows how they fucking don't do their jobs. It's all on videotape, by the way.
Yeah.
Fuck you!
It is on videotape.
Fuck you, 12.
It's on videotape how you and the 4 other women got into a massive fight and some random guy drop kicked a bathroom down. What the fuck was up with that?
Oh, they don't fucking know how to do their fucking jobs.
I have to say she
Why are they
recovers
even
from
cops?
her bruises quickly.
Dude, my face is swollen. I got my fucking face smashed and they only arrested the first girl.
No, I saw what had happened, saw it there now, and I've seen you after Andy Dick.
And they said, oh yeah, it's like it was for both sides, fucking what, blah, blah, blah. And I told them,
I wouldn't be surprised if one of those girls has like a massive shiner. Like there is so at least one of those fucking drop kicks connected. So yeah, both sides, they're Gucci's.
I was like,
Both
they're
sides.
following us. They're gonna fucking harass
It
us.
was a
And
fight.
what do they do? What the fuck do they do? Fuck you, fucking police. Fuck you, 12.
Hey, cop.
Fucking fag. faggots!
Woo!
Don't fucking do your job! Just get paid to not do your job! Just get paid to not do your job! Just get paid to not do your job in LA! That's why everyone is moving out! Cause you guys suck at your fucking job!
Well, it has more to do with gentrification, but okay.
I'll try to see. I'll help him. Well, you say, bro, tell him the cops the shit.
Dude, report it! They fucking are harassing us, Cheeto! Report it, Cheeto!
They just want his statement.
Just say your statement, Cheeto. Please.
Cheeto.
Yeah, say the
Oh,
statement.
Cheeto, yeah.
Please, Cheeto, just say your statement. It doesn't matter if they're not going to do their job or not. At least it's on record. They're probably not going to do anything about it because they suck at doing their jobs. But, like...
I love how I love how her default is to blame everyone else at all times and scream. It's never worked for her in the past, and it will never work for her now.
At least it's on record. And then we can sue the fucking fake fucking law enforcement for not doing their jobs later.
Because if you don't say that,
just report it, dude.
on record, and then you can't sue the cop if that's what you want to do, Cheetah. You have to at least have something on record. So.
Oh, I'm a hell of a fucking snitch. I had fucking 6 bitches fucking punch me in the kick me in the face. You know?
Yeah, okay, here's the thing. Everything that you describe that will happen to you is recorded. Beyond Andy Dick going away, no, it's all recorded.
What? Only one of them got
You
arrested.
have no fucking bomb to
Fuck
drop
you
on
fucking
anyone.
bitches. Fuck you fucking cops. Fucking donut fuckers. Fuck you.
And they're taking it back to the RBG guys or what?
Shit. She didn't get the answer that she wanted, so she had a hissy fit, and now she's kind of processing it. We've all been there, and we all will be there. Here's the thing. I don't fucking record this shit. And that includes the American trip. There was a lot of dark moments in the American trip, and a lot of bright moments too. The point is, you'll never see them, and I'll never talk about them. You know why? Because I have some fucking sense. But you guys caught me at some bad moments and some good moments. I don't live stream every last inch of my fucking life. Even when I do the sleeping stream. You guys get to see me sleep. Oh wow. I might occasionally fart in my sleep or twitch. What sort of magical universe am I promising? Nothing. Gucci's. You could have taken this call outside of the car. The RV. You could have done this anywhere else. You did this inside the RV. You don't know how to process this. This is the shit that you don't want on camera.
Fucking don't give 2 fucks. So why should I give 2 fucks about anyone else?
Oh, okay, that's a great response. Why don't you start blaming your parents while you're at it?
Why should I give 2 fucks about anyone else? Like, what the fuck?
My nose is getting clogged like crazy. After we're done with Gucci's, I think we're done with the night. Especially because we're only at 6 hours now. So yeah, Gucci's it. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. If you have, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to check out the links in the doobly-doo for my Twitch, Discord, Twitter, and if you are so inclined, our Streamlabs. Boom! Let's keep going. Like, I don't know where Crow went, and
Oh, they're right here. Good.
I want to find out, see if he. Just told him that we're in for the last stretch. In the doobly-doo! You know it, Garion. You know it. Down the doobly-doo. By the way, the first time I ever heard that was AJ Pickett, as he was describing Dungeons and Dragons. Uh, no, it was Jordan. The PH is silent. And he was talking about Dungeons and Dragons lore.
By the way,
Not the
this is why
creatures,
I don't
but the
even
lore.
bother calling the cops, because I've been through this shit before. So many fucking times. They don't give a flying fuck.
Well, they don't give a fuck. They have a job to perform. And it's a good chance that you are pretty fucking low on their list. Also, we all saw the fucking fight. It's not like you were some sort of like flyby victim. It was a fight. A fight. And not only that, a fight that you lost. That stresses enough. The girls fucking floored you. Like Ethan earlier.
Protectors of what? They have fucking
Well, protectors of money.
egos or some shit. That's all they got. They don't give
You ain't got no.
fucked about anyone but them fucking their egos and having power.
Gucci equates to the proletariat. Ah, no. No. There we go. I've been in this exact same position. I've been in the defeated, cowering corner, sort of trying to regain my strength. But Christ, I never streamed it.
Like that.
For starters, no, your nose isn't broken. Okay, you got slapped around a little bit. You can see him here in particular. You got a little bit of a black eye. Your nose isn't broken because you got sucked. You got sucked at least 4 times. But here's the thing: you've been in enough relationships to know what a sucked eye feels like. So. You're not even 26. Jesus Christ, that makes me feel so sad and so old at the same time. Christ on a cross, this poor woman. Like, I'd love to shake her and be like, be better, be better. But she'd be like, I got assaulted by this fucking creepy old guy with a beard. And I'm like, it's true too, because technically I would be assaulting her.
Dude, I look rough.
Let's see if we can recognize. Oh, Gang of Four. I recognize Gang of Four.
Oh. Sonic is laughing, looking at his donos. Where should I go to the hospital? I'm just gonna kill myself.
Of course you are. Yeah, sure. That way you're alive the next few minutes. Let's kick her ahead to about. Oh, look, contact comes back. Good. 'Cause I want to rebound off someone, so. Oh, driving. Great. Back.
Drizzle. Drizzle's trying to convince him to make a statement.
So what she does is she goes to a place, she starts a fight, she gets herself a fucking black eye, she leaves, she blames someone else, and repeats. It's like so broken. I, I, I both feel sorry for her, but also don't care when she gets herself a fucking black eye. It's like, haha, you reap what you sow. So she scrambles off, and then I don't, I don't fucking know. She kind of like, rather than processes why you have a black eye, she doubles down in her stupidity and this like, they were all jealous of me or some shit like that.
Oh my god, so much of my hair is falling out.
Doobly do.
Oh. Dude, all my hair is falling out.
Don't worry, love. You'll be fine. L-O to the indeed L. Also, Galen, um, yeah, like next month, you free? I can DM you and work out the deets. Whoop, too far.
I should die.
Yeah, we should all die, and we will one day anyway, so it's okay.
Like man, that was bullshit. Do
I didn't
Gucci
see
know how to
it.
get stitches at the hospital?
Yeah, he's at the hospital. He's with Drizzle. Drizzle's trying to convince him to make a statement. Oh my god, so much of my hair is falling out.
Remember, Billy claims that not only has he worked with this woman before, but he will work with her again. My response back is, dude, you are including me on this, right? Like I am going to be there, but I'm using Billy as a shield at all times. Like whenever Gucci's like, "Hey, I want to go over to this group of black people," I'm like, "Okay, yeah, Billy, I'm gonna be right behind you at all times." Oh, there's a fight. Oh, there's a fight. Oh, wow. And you're doing shit for content. Okay, I'll be right behind you, just in the background, I guess, doing this pose. Like, I want to be, I want to be clear. Like, Gucci's is as much of a victim as any other person, a victim of like substance abuse and domestic violence and stuff like that, for sure. But she is so also her own worst enemy. Like she just destroys any credibility, any respect, any love, any joy she has. And it's both sad and yet occasionally hilarious. Not hilarious as an LOL, look at that simple person over there. Let me laugh and make myself feel better. But rather more along the lines of, oh God, she's fucked up. I'm glad I never got that fucked up. And then we think back to the time where we got pretty fucked up, and then we go, yeah, no, I didn't get fucked up. Okay, yeah, I make myself feel better. Yeah, it's the freak show. It's the modern day freak show.
JJ, Gucci's, and Andy Dick also spent a night in Captain's RV to drink, but things turned dark.
Shivering. Burgers? Yeah, is that bite of you? I'd have to think hard about that. That's a good one. Do you? Well, I read. It's not really bad. We'd be here all day if we started. But do you have one? We were talking about
He looks so uncomfortable. What is happening here?
regrets, so we never get out of here.
Tom Green. Can we have Tom Green come over one of these days?
It's like the audio's like all over the place. I'm gonna turn it down again. It's so crazy.
Cheese and
Banka, banka, wanka.
Whoa!
Oh, it's a pothole. Big deal. It's American road. What do you expect? Did he? Oh, it's edited.
Sorry. Let me see the media.
that bitch you fucked with her Instagram is Vanessa.12. She's posting about Gucci's and Aldi and knows about the RV. Her brother is a mid-ranking member in the Sinaloa cartel and apparently they're looking for the RV. Hope you all be safe and parked safe somewhere. Cartel.
There's so many conspiracies. There's so much like sub-lore and culture about Gucci's and content and this whole RV trip, but I don't care. What I care about is just letting it happen naturally. Like when Andy Dick showed up, I was like, yay! When Andy Dick showed up at a court hearing, I'm like, less yay, but also kind of, really? Okay.
That ain't no joke.
The only time I ever hear content being compared to anyone is his enemies, and all of them are people I don't like. Destiny, Keem, Onision. Oh no! All of them suddenly found out they have late stage cancer. Ah, like I wouldn't care, but if like he turns around and goes like, yeah, so about this douchebag known as Vosh. You just see me appear through a wall and be like, "Blah," and just strangle him. Yeah, I'm a fucking tool, so what? I got my interests, and they are many. This is one of them. But I have no idea how deep this rabbit hole goes. I'm peering in over the edge. I still see grass and shit. I'm peering in over the edge, looking down, putting like a torch down and going, oh.
It was all Sonic fault. He literally brought all 6 girls over to Aldi and Goo. WHO were just lay on the sand. Sonic yells at Aldi to help, then he steps away. Sonic is
Like, I have no idea what's being described right now. I recognize Goo because Gucci's, and that's it.
sleeping dreaming about the donos he made today. Gucci's, I pray your face is not worst, but IT will probably be worst.
I don't know what any of that is. Yeah, no, I have no idea what any of that was right at the end. Let's watch something proactive before we end the stream. Something fun, something good. Ah, this is good. Look, from Total Warhammer 3. Nurgle loves you. Nurgle cares about you. No! You fools! You see pestilence and all you think is hate. Pestilence is love and life. I still think they could have added things like when the mouth hits the wood, the stone, there should be like a level of like pestilence that starts to form. It can be completely aesthetic. There's some stuff I want to watch before the end of the night. Yeah, this is a good one.
Look at you. You all happy?
Aww,
Where have you been?
bruh,
Hi.
it's
We missed you.
so it's so
We
indifferent
missed you.
to our opinions. It just wants our
What you
food.
doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're so happy. Hi, Bo.
Did she really call it hypo? God damn it. But yeah, this. NASA footage shows underwater Sharknado home to mutant fish. What the fuck? Alright, so a bunch of sharks that lived in a near around a underwater volcano have turned out to adapt pretty well. Alright, fine. Yeah, that's some clickbait bullshit. Pretty cool, don't get me wrong. Nature be awesome. But yeah, I mean with a title like that, right? Actually, you know what? I think we are done. I think Crow stepped out to, for all I know, go to sleep, or for all I know, do something else. If Crow left in such a manner, and didn't tell me, that's kind of a dick move. But I've looked everywhere and I cannot see what I was seeing. Um, doesn't make much of a difference. He was here for the bulk of it. I enjoyed his company, and I hope to see someone else in the next few weeks. Don't forget that this Friday is Hannibal and Monty for Bearded Ramblings. Don't forget that we have Discord, Twitter, Twitch. Don't forget about the Twitch. We need the Twitch. We have very limited number to reach to be able to get to the affiliate goal. So help us out there. And finally, don't forget that I also have, what's it, Discord, Twitter. All right, don't forget. Don't forget to have a good day. How about that? That's always a good thing. Thank you so much for showing up and all the other good stuff. I'm going to once again go to the toilet, clean myself up, and then probably go to sleep. So, with that said, bye.